Testing, testing sound, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, testing sound. Good, thank you.
Test. Please stand for the President of NATO Parliamentary Assembly.
Plénière de notre Assemblée parlementaire de l'OTAN.
I declare the spring session of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly open. First of all, I'd like to say that we have a very busy agenda this morning, but we hope to finish around about 12:30.
Le programme, nous n'avons pas prévu de pause, mais du café sera disponible à l'extérieur de la salle tout au long de la matinée. Monsieur le
President of the Chamber of Deputies, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Deputy Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the Luxembourg authorities, and in particular, the Luxembourg Chamber of Deputies, its president, as well as the president of the Luxembourg delegation, our colleague Lydia Mütsch, for their warm and sunny welcome throughout this weekend. Today we conclude this spring session. It is a historic session for our Assembly because it is the first in which the Finnish Parliament delegation is participating as a full member. Please allow me once again, in all our names, to welcome our Finnish friends and at the same time to renew our wish that Sweden too can join us as soon as possible. This session also gives us the opportunity to hail Luxembourg's commitment within NATO and our Assembly. As a founding member of NATO, and despite the limitations inherent in its size and the size of its armed forces, Luxembourg actively contributes to NATO's priorities and missions and operations, and stands out in particular through its investments in space. Equally important, Luxembourg is deeply committed to the values that underpin our alliance of democracies. At a time when Russia is continuing its illegal, unjustifiable, and brutal war of aggression, Luxembourg is also providing a very much appreciated support to Ukraine. Let us remember the words of a visionary statesman, a founding father of Europe, and the French signatory of the Washington Treaty, Robert Schuman, who was born here in Luxembourg. In his historic declaration of the 9th of May 1950, he said, "World peace cannot be safeguarded without creative efforts commensurate with the dangers which threaten it." Our discussions these past 3 days will have demonstrated once again the importance of parliamentary diplomacy and the importance of parliaments in these creative efforts. We must at all costs safeguard peace at this pivotal moment for Euro-Atlantic and global security in face of the attempts to challenge their very foundations. In such troubled times, it is useful to go back to basics, to go back to what defines us, what unites us, and what we stand for. I'm speaking of our identity, our DNA. I'm speaking of our values, values of democracy, individual freedoms, and the rule of law. Our unity finds its strength in the unique and extraordinary transatlantic bond. And our mission is to ensure the safety and security of our fellow citizens in a world which must be governed by law and not by the law of the strongest. These are the principles which guided our response to Russia's aggression against Ukraine, launched almost a year and a half ago. And these principles we have forcefully reaffirmed in Luxembourg. In our exchanges with our colleagues from the Ukrainian Parliament, and I'd like to welcome their presence among us, we have unanimously renewed our united and resolute support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Our Assembly was among the first to sanction Russia as early as 2014 for its illegal and illegitimate annexation of Crimea by force. Since then, we have resolutely been at Ukraine's side, helping it defend its sovereignty, its independence, and its democracy. We will continue to support Ukraine as long as it takes for Ukraine to gain victory. It is our common security, our values, and the rules-based international order that Ukraine is defending today through its courageous resistance against Russian aggression. And it is in Ukraine that the future of this international order is being played out. I know that each and every one of you on a daily basis is continuing to mobilize the aid that Ukraine needs. We shall not relax our efforts. Russia must know that our determination is like that of our Ukrainian friends, unwavering determination. Russia must know that it will be called to account for all the crimes it has committed and continues to do so. War crimes, crimes against humanity, and probably also acts of genocide. Our Assembly will continue to call for the creation of a special tribunal to hold Vladimir Putin and his accomplices to account for all this. By attacking cities and critical infrastructure, by seeking to deprive civilian populations of access to essential services, by threatening regularly to withdraw from the Black Sea Grain Initiative, the Russian regime continues to behave like a terrorist regime with the support of Wagner's terrorist mercenaries. We must also continue to denounce and punish the complicity from which Russia benefits in its war of aggression, in particular from Belarus and Iran. Our immediate priority is to do everything in our power to help Ukraine win, but we must also help Ukraine to prepare for the post-war period, to prepare for its future and our common future. That's why we have called for the adoption of a global reconstruction plan based and inspired by the Marshall Plan. Our Assembly will play its role to the full. Thanks to our special fund, we will continue to support the Ukrainian Parliament over time. We must also unequivocally state that Ukraine belongs to our European and Euro-Atlantic families, that it will become a member of NATO and of the European Union, and that we shall stand with it all along the path to membership. These are some of the messages which I hope we shall adopt in a moment, thanks to the excellent resolution of our Vice President Michal Szczerba, and that we will invite our heads of state and government to reaffirm in Vilnius. The Vilnius summit will be held in barely 2 months. It will allow allies to further accelerate the in-depth adaptation of NATO, which was launched in Madrid last year. We are convinced that in this world, which is marked by growing strategic rivalry and a growing clash of values, NATO's adaptation must be based on 2 pillars. The first pillar is strengthening NATO's deterrence and defense posture to face up to the Russian threat, of course, by strengthening the presence of allied forces all along the eastern flank. All our countries are now taking part in this effort. This effort must be redoubled and accelerated. But it is also an issue of facing up to all the threats and challenges to our security. I'm speaking of terrorism. I'm speaking of the growing assertiveness of China. I'm speaking of the proliferation of advanced and emerging technology. I'm speaking of the questioning of threats, questioning rather than non-proliferation and arms control regimes. I'm speaking of disinformation and hybrid threats. I'm speaking of instability and climate change. All these complex challenges must encourage us to further strengthen our defense investment. The Vilnius summit will propose an ambitious framework to take over from the defense investment commitments made at the Wales summit in 2014. Our Assembly recommends that the 2% of GDP become an investment minimum, an investment threshold which must be exceeded. We will work closely with our defense industries to replenish our arms stocks, our weapons stock holdings, and to continue to be leaders in innovation and strengthen our defense industrial base in the future. The war waged by Russia in Ukraine shows all the importance of setting up a resilient war economy, capable of ramping up and holding over time. At the same time, we must strengthen the resilience of our societies, of our institutions, of our supply chains, and of our critical infrastructures, in close partnership with the European Union in particular. But our Assembly is convinced that NATO draws its strength not only from its military power, but also from its and our attachment to our democratic values. That's why the reaffirmation of these values is a central priority for NATO. NATO's new strategic concept has proven us right. It recognizes the threat from authoritarian regimes to our democracies. We must be particularly vigilant against attempts to strengthen destabilizing cooperation between China and Russia. The new strategic concept places the democratic values, at the heart of NATO's response to today's challenges. It must now be translated into concrete actions. The Vilnius summit must set a clear course to materialize this commitment. This is the meaning and the significance behind the proposal that our Assembly has made and has been making for 4 years now to create a Center for Democratic Resilience within NATO. The Vilnius summit must also strengthen NATO's role in upholding the international rules-based order in close cooperation with the European Union and like-minded partners. This morning, we will be adopting recommendations for the Vilnius summit, and I would like to thank our rapporteur, Linda Sanchez, for excellent text. We will also discuss with Mircea Joëlle, Deputy Secretary General of NATO, and I would like to thank him for being always so available and for lending a listening ear to our concerns and proposals. It will be an honor for me to represent our and your Assembly in Vilnius and present these recommendations to the Allies, heads of state and government. At this decisive moment, it is essential to continue to make the voice of our parliaments heard and to recognize the dangers to world peace, as Robert Schuman said so well. The role we play in supporting Ukraine and strengthening our defense is essential, and it behoves us to continue to explain to our fellow citizens that what is at stake is the very future of our common security and of the world which we will bequeath to future generations. I would like to thank you for your commitment and for your attention. I know just how important it is to think of these things, and thank you for listening. It is now my great pleasure to welcome Mr. Fernand ETGEN, Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. Speaker, Mr. President, you have the floor. Many thanks for your welcome, and I give you the floor. Madam Prime Minister, Deputy Minister of Defense, dear parliamentarians, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in Luxembourg, as we say. It is a pleasure and a great honor for me to be with you here. The 6th session here in spring shows Luxembourg's unwavering attachment and that of its Chamber of Deputies to NATO and its values. The Grand Duchy of Luxembourg is a reliable partner, a reliable ally on which everyone can trust. We are not part of the great military powers, of course, but our commitment is sincere. We have deployed troops in Lithuania, in Romania, to strengthen the Allied Eastern presence, and our participation in the Rapid Reaction Force, and this bears witness to our commitment. 10% of our forces are currently under Allied command. Luxembourg strives to invest in projects and capabilities that go beyond the targets identified by the alliance and that add value for all the alliance. We are a frontline runner in the creation of crucial capabilities. For instance, the MRTT, space surveillance, and emerging technologies. Luxembourg, therefore, participates as a full member of the alliance. We are, of course, very aware that we have no choice but to invest ever further resources and capabilities if we want to give current and future generations the future which they deserve, a safe and secure future. Throughout its history, the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg has always understood the threat of the law of the strongest, the law of the jungle. Peace is sometimes very tenuous, and we are among those who are resolutely promoting a world in more security and more democracy. Hence, our unwavering commitment to the alliance and our solid support for the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, the threats to the security and safety of our member states are not only military. To create a world, a safer world, we must be very broad in our approach. Our policy is implemented in our 3D approach: diplomacy, defense, development. As convinced Europeans, we stress the importance of strategic cooperation between the European Union and NATO. We must remember the enormous effort put in by the European Union for Ukraine in military, civil, and humanitarian terms. Strengthening interoperability, joint purchases of ammunition, and efforts to in the reconstruction of Ukraine shall continue with the European Union and NATO. Madam Chair, Madam President, I have the greatest admiration for the NPA, a key player within NATO, consolidating the bonds of solidarity between parliamentarians on both sides of the Atlantic. And this is where democracy is most vibrant. Now, and today, our responsibility as parliamentarians is to accompany military efforts, of course, but also to fight against disinformation and all attempts to destabilize our institutions. Shortly before its 75th anniversary, NATO is more than just a military bloc. It has a clear mission to preserve and safeguard liberty, freedoms, and democracy. It is time now to strengthen the founding principles, the democratic principles which unite us. Autocracies fear democracies. They fear our freedoms, the rule of law, as much as they fear our military strength. At Madrid, Mr. Gerry Connolly, your predecessor, said that at NATO there wasn't even one closet or cupboard, broom cupboard, consecrated to democratic resilience. It is important to clearly and even more clearly say that NATO is an alliance of democracies where democratic values are shared by everybody. And to be able to concretely contribute to this, our chamber has decided to fund a position supporting the activities of the NPA and to thus strengthen democratic resilience in the alliance. And speaking of Luxembourg's contribution to NATO, our defense expenditure, I welcome the supplementary efforts decided by the Luxembourg government. And as I said yesterday, it is essential to go ever further with no hesitation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been deaf for too long to the real nature of the Russian regime. We have remained blind to the possibility of a new war on European soil. We see things clearly today. We can see the atrocities and the war crimes committed in Bucha, in Izium, in Mariupol, and elsewhere, against populations and civilian infrastructure. War crimes which must be condemned and judged by a special international ad hoc tribunal. Condemning without fail the crimes committed by Russia, this will be indisputable proof of our strength and of our unity, and I welcome this. Let us continue to resolutely support Ukraine, guaranteeing its right to freedom, to democracy, to self-government, and to territorial integrity. Let us give Ukraine a membership prospect at Vilnius, and let us support Sweden, who will join our alliance. Many thanks for your attention.
Monsieur le Président.
Speaker, many thanks for your remarks and for speaking to us today. Thank you also for confirming your intention to fund a position within the NATO international staff. This is a very important gesture, very generous, and it will be key to allow us to work even better on questions of democratic resilience and protection of our societies. A great word, a warm word of thanks to you and to the Chamber of Deputies. It is now my pleasure to welcome Mr. Xavier BETTEL, Prime Minister of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. And I will hand him the floor.
Dear Chairwoman, ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to say thank you for the invitation and giving me the opportunity to take the floor this morning in front of you. So I just met before starting the meeting a delegation from the American Congress, and for some of them it was the first time they visited Luxembourg. So I hope that you feel welcome in a country where nearly 50% of the population are non-Luxembourgers, and the former mayor of this capital too, a city where nearly 70% of the population are non-Luxembourgers, and where we know that being different but sharing values is a strength. And just if you move a bit 200 meters on the right side, you will see the house of Robert Schuman, who was one of the fathers of the European Union, who was born in Luxembourg and who was afterwards a great politician from France, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and a father of the European Union. And just next to buildings, you have the European Investment Bank, the Court of Justice, Court of Auditors, etc., etc. So you will see that also Luxembourg belongs to the administrative capitals of the European Union. For me, it is a pleasure to be here because I myself was a member of parliament last century. So I got elected in 1999 and was a member of parliament till 2013. And I strongly believe, as a former member of parliament and still prime minister today, that exchanges between parliamentarians are more than important. Very often we speak about each other, but we forget to speak to each other. And that's a big challenge. And so I really appreciate that, Fernand, and you decided with our delegations from the NATO, and I think Madame Uch is the chairwoman of our delegation, to organize this spring conference here in Luxembourg. And when we speak about bilateral, multilateral relations, also my friend Gras, he was the president, imagine, of a parliament we call the Benelux Parliament. So that means with the colleagues from Belgium and Holland together, where we are able also to exchange and trying to make people's life easier. Okay, so we are not here to get lessons about Luxembourg, but to speak about the NATO, so I will try to do my best. First thing, I would like to welcome our Finnish friends. Yes, I would like to welcome our Finnish friends. And to be very honest with you, I hope to welcome soon our Swedish friends. And also, I would like to welcome our Ukrainian friends. We live a situation, and I belong to a generation, what is impressive here, and let me start also with my personal story. I told you before, I was member of the Congress for 14 years before being Prime Minister, and I lived also the situation of a larger Europe, and in Europe growing. And we should all know, before speaking about politics, that we all have a different history. We are able today to share values, and I belong to a generation, I never lived a war. We have countries who lived behind a wall during years. We have countries who lived under a dictatorship in European Union, not on the right side, behind the Iron Curtain, but also Portugal, we had in Spain, we had in Greece, on our European ground. And I'm not speaking 100 years ago. I'm speaking about our last 20, 30, 40 years. And today we are able to realize that we have a common goal. And just before, I'm sorry to re-quote something we discussed with my American colleagues. To know that NATO today is the defender of values, of democratic values, of sharing values, was something I'm sure that most of you would never have thought even 10 years ago, because NATO was more a dissuasive. It was more a strength. It was more a military union than a fight for values in people's mind. When we realized that, not later than yesterday, in Moldova, nearly 100,000 people went on the street to ask to get closer to our values, to our unions. So the NATO was born after the Second World War because we had two blocks. And this is one of the very few unions where you are free to decide to join a military union, where you decide to join to expend money together, to spend money together, to have common goals. And for me, it is a fact that I told you, I grew up in liberty. But even in Luxembourg, we had situations where we were not a free country. And we were liberated during Second World War by Americans, by Brits, by Canadians. Most of them, and that's exactly what I told you before, didn't know where my country was. It's not always easy to find on the map. But it's the fact that they didn't know where Luxembourg was, but they came to fight for us. And if you have time, just go and visit the American cemetery. Over 3,000 young guys, and also women, died without knowing where this country was. And they came to fight for our values. And they are not our neighbor, and they had no direct link with us. Why I say that? It's because I'm sure in some of your countries still people ask you as politicians, why are you supporting Ukraine? It's not your neighbor. We don't have these special links with Ukraine. Why do you think that we need to be active? Why should we stand? But it's the fact. It's the fact that still today, we fight for, not, they, the Ukrainians, fight for our values. They fight for the democracies and what we fought for, and where at that time Americans came to help us, where Brits came to help us, where Canadians came to help us. So nowadays it's just normal that together on the same continent that we share, we help them to fight for our common goals and common values that we are so proud of. So we cannot leave Ukrainians alone and think because of the distance we have no relations with them. We were with you, we are with you, and we will continue to be with you. what is so important, and I just come back from Reykjavik. I had a meeting last week in Reykjavik with the Council of Europe, where together we, for the first time, opened also the register for damages. Something new, but so important step if we want that impunity will not be the rule. We see, and we have to admit, that we have international organizations like the UN, where the rules are good when everything is working well, but that with now the veto system, that we are not able to move on some topics. And so through the Council of Europe, where most of you are also member, we were able to open this register for damages. So that at the end of this war, the people responsible for attacks will be sued and will have to pay. Impunity cannot be acceptable. We have to fight against that. Pour moi, il est primordial.
In my opinion, it's essential to know that what's happening today in Ukraine are, of course, summarized by on television and in newspapers, and it would be a mistake to sort of get used to what's going on. And so registering, taking note of crimes and destruction is necessary. As you may have read in the media, we have been trying to find solutions. I personally went to Ukraine last year to meet with my friend Volodymyr Zelensky. We saw the horrors of war. I went to Bucha, where horrible crimes were committed. Clearly, a will there was an evidence of systematically killing people. And these are occurrences that we thought were a thing of the past on the European continent. And that's why I established a link earlier on between what's happening in Ukraine today and what happened during and toward the end of the Second World War. War is unjustifiable. This war is an unjustified and unjustifiable attack by Russia against Ukraine. I'm convinced Vladimir Putin never expected that one of the consequences of this war would be the membership of NATO, of Finland and Sweden. Putin never believed that we would stand united against the war in Ukraine. And Putin never expected that his best friends would be Syria, North Korea, Iran, Venezuela, or Sudan. These are the countries that Putin has to rely on for support these days. Vladimir Putin probably expected that the war would last a few hours, a couple of days, and then it would be over. But the Ukrainians stood up. The Ukrainians fought, and they will continue to fight. Luxembourg, we've talked about this. My colleague told you so. For Luxembourg, being a member of NATO, it provides us with an umbrella. And at the beginning, it was very much that, an umbrella. Something to protect you against the rain, and figuratively, something to protect yourself against aggression. I think I need to recall again and again, and we need to do so, that peace should never be taken for granted. These days, we're talking about democratic values within our union and within NATO. Even though there are countries where it's not easy to be a reporter, it's not easy to be a judge, it's not easy to be a member of an opposition party, it's not easy to be gay, it's not easy to be a trade unionist. In some of our countries, and I think there's a need to say so and repeat so, because there's a tendency sometimes to take all this for granted. So my call to you, Madam President, is to ensure that the NATO Parliamentary Assembly continues to stand up and fight for these pillars of our union, of our transatlantic union with our Canadian and US colleagues, a union that refuses to accept what is not acceptable, where others may tolerate unacceptable principles such as the rule of might, the right for the powerful to subdue the weak. We need to stand up for sovereignty. We need to accept tolerance. We need to accept tolerances. And we also need to clearly understand that if we stand together, we can achieve great things. Thank you very much for choosing Luxembourg to hold this meeting. Luxembourg will further pursue its efforts within NATO. We're all politicians here. We all do whatever we can to move as fast as possible in the direction or along the path we've chosen, and to do so jointly and smartly. But we should never forget that peace is like a flower. You need to water it, you need to take care of it, and you need to take the time to do so. I hope you won't report to the media that I've been talking about gardening, but if there's weed, it needs to be pulled out as early as possible. Thank you.
Merci infiniment.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. We now welcome François BAUSCH, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defence of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg.
Xavier, you forgot the rest of your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, honourable members of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, dear Prime Minister, dear Xavier, I am extremely pleased that the Assembly meets in my country today in these historic times for our alliance. Our alliance is strong, and rarely we have been as united as we are today. I'm now for nearly 5 years in the NATO Defense Ministers' Council, and I remembered also how the discussions in this assembly were 2-3 years ago, and I compare it with what they are today. And I can really say that Putin, his first target, besides trying to invade Ukraine very fast, was to weaken NATO and to try to divide the members of the NATO Council and also the members of the European Union, and he didn't fulfill this. It's just the opposite. The discussions inside of the NATO Council are completely different, have changed, and we are determined to really stay together and stay united. And this united is of course, a direct response to the common threat we all face. Russia seeking to rebuild its former empire, and it will fail with this. So Russia has recolonized Belarus, tries to take over Ukraine and destabilize Moldova. And we should not forget even Georgia, where also an attack and an aggression had been led, and that would be then the next step also to occupy Georgia. We don't know where the limits to Mr. Putin's imperialistic objectives are. But we should not forget what he said, that Russia has no borders. That's the definition of an empire. And empires belongs to the last centuries. What should be the future are democracies, and that's what we are fighting for. Russia harbors a profound aversion towards our democratic systems because we embrace essential freedoms, fair electoral processes, and adhere to the rule of law and the respect of human rights. Our democratic systems have such an appeal to the people that Putin and also Xi Jinping must exert significant efforts to maintain their regimes and suppress democratic aspirations. Russia, with some assistance from China, is actively engaged in efforts to undermine our stability and aims to promote a power-centric approach to international relations where the strong dictate the terms. Our best defense against this threat is our strong alliance of Western democracies, which has united us behind our common values for decades. We have achieved incredible results by acting together against external threats, most notably the fall of communist regimes in Europe, and an event that still haunts Mr. Putin to this day. The primary task of NATO, namely collective defense, once again holds a central position. As Europeans, we must devote greater efforts to enhance significantly our military capabilities. This becomes even more crucial in the aftermath of appalling aggression carried out by Russia against Ukraine, which involves targeted attacks on civilians, child abductions, and countless other war crimes. However, it should be stressed that our security threats are not limited to traditional military threats. Russia, with some assistance from China, has been waging a hybrid war against us for several years. Russia conducts cyber attacks against our critical infrastructure, attempts to influence our elections, and extensively employs disinformation campaigns on social media platforms, often receiving help from extremists and conspiracy terrorists within our own countries. NATO must also be able to respond to these threats, notably by working together with the European Union, which processes various civilian instruments to complement NATO's arsenal. Luxembourg is fully committed to this approach. It is our sincere desire to fulfill and even exceed our share of the burden among allies, as determined by the NATO's defense planning process. I am very pleased that NATO recognizes that Luxembourg's defense efforts are generally aligned with the alliance's defense requirements. We invest heavily in our troops, which are made available to NATO. By deploying our troops on the alliance's eastern flank in Lithuania and Romania, and by participating in NATO's very high readiness joint task force, almost 10% of our military personnel is for the moment under the command of the Supreme Allied Commander Europe, the SACEUR. This is a significant contribution from our part. And historically, NATO has emphasized the development of our ground forces as a key priority. This remains the overreaching priority of our defense policy. At present, we are actively engaged in the establishment of a joint battalion alongside our Belgian allies. This endeavor serves as a remarkable example of cooperation between neighboring nations. Even through this, these were the requirements, Luxembourg nevertheless went further in recent years. In collaboration with our Belgian neighbors, we have considerably developed our military transport aircraft capabilities. These were deployed in demanding missions such as the evacuation efforts in Afghanistan in the summer of 2021. And additionally, Luxembourg plays a crucial role in the implementation of the European Programme for Multi-Role Military Aircraft, the MRTT program, a critical capability for both the Alliance and the European Union. The MRTT aircraft are currently being deployed on the Alliance's eastern flank to provide air-to-air refueling for aircraft which monitor the airspace in these areas. Luxembourg is also active in space. We have at our disposal a military communication satellite that we offer to NATO. Additionally, we endeavor to launch an observation satellite into space, whose imagery shall be made available for all allies. With the inauguration of the mPOWER program, we recently entered into a significant cooperation process with the United States in order to use state-of-the-art communication satellites. It is also thanks to Luxembourg's contribution that NATO is currently establishing a program for space surveillance. And within the cyber domain, we are collaborating with the NSPA, the largest NATO agency, to develop a secure cloud infrastructure for storing classified information, which we will make available to interested allies, no matter where they are. On the eastern flank, Our efforts extend beyond troop deployment. We also provide financial support to assist exposed allied countries in enhancing their defense capabilities. By contributing substantially to NATO's DCB initiative, we support countries like Moldova, a country situated at the center of Russia's destabilization efforts. And furthermore, we have provided extensive support to Ukraine to significant arms deliveries. Our current assistance stands at 100 million euros. Last year, we decided 16% of our defense budget to aid Ukraine. We remain resolute in and determination to assist Ukraine for as long as it takes. We aspire to further increase our contributions to NATO and bolster the credibility of Luxembourg's armed forces. That is why Luxembourg is committed to doubling its defense spending by 2028. I trust that these few examples have demonstrated how a small ally like Luxembourg can make significant contributions to the alliance. And I thank you very much for understanding our specific situation, but also seeing what we are doing and that we are really a strong alliance, even if we are small. Thank you very much.
Merci infiniment, Monsieur le Vice-Premier ministre et ministre de...
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister, and Minister of Defence, BAUSCH. We will now slightly change the order of the items on our agenda. Mr. REZNIKOV, Ukrainian Minister of Defence, has another commitment immediately following this, so we will give him the floor as a matter of priority. I would like to thank you. It's a great honor, sir, to welcome you by VTC to our session. It was a great honor for us to go to Ukraine in February last and to meet with him. The NATO PA, of course, and as you know, Oleksii stands shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine and has done so since the very first day of the criminal war waged by Russia on Ukraine, and we will remain with you and continue to support you as long as it takes to defend the independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, as well as its right to self-defense and to self-determination. These are principles that are very dear to us. Thank you very much. Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank organizers of this event for giving me the opportunity to address this esteemed audience. I would like to send our greetings to Finland, which joined this session as a full member of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. I would like also to thank every NATO country for their help. Many crucial decisions regarding support for Ukraine were adopted by your parliaments. I believe that supporting Ukraine in this war is 100% in the interest of your countries and the citizens that you represent. Let us take a look at what's happening now. The world has been facing a completely new reality since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. What, according to the Madrid Summit Declaration, the Russian Federation is the most significant and direct threat of the allies' security and to the peace and the ability to continue the normal security life in the world. And it means that we have new reality and we had to fight for the civilization values and European values. And I am sure that the idea that rule of force cannot defeat the rule of law. That's why it's very important for us, your strong support of Ukraine and your understanding of our priorities. As you know that we still have priorities number one, air defense systems, because they continue to threaten us using the terrorist tactics, trying to ruin our civilian infrastructure, trying to stop water supply, energy supply, logistics supply, heating supply to our cities, to our schools, to our universities. As you know, the last massive attack was during one night. They used more than 30 different types of rockets, including caliber missiles, very famous new Kinjal missiles or Dagger missiles, also Iranian drones, and Ukrainian Air Force defense systems very successfully stopped them. And we have the different types of modern air defense systems of our partners. And as you know, we can stop them. The priority number 2 for us still remains armored vehicles and tanks, because we continue to our campaign for liberation of our temporarily occupied territories. And you know that in reality, this is clashed between civilizations, and its results will have an effect across the entire world. If Russian aggression succeeds to any degree, it will empower every regime interested in using force to get their way. This will lead to an escalation of the Asia Pacific, in the Middle East, in Latin America, in the Balkans, on the Caucasus, and elsewhere. Therefore, it is in the NATO's best interest for Ukraine to win. Many believe that wars of this scale were no longer possible in Europe. Some European armies were disarmed, de facto in exchanging for Russian gas. Defense needs were sidelined. Europe developed a critical dependence on Moscow. Now, every tank and jet we destroy using Western weapons, among the other tools, can no longer pose a threat to Europe. We are destroying a military power that was targeting European values and freedoms. This is not overestimated. Russian missiles have literally been a threat to Poland, Moldova, and Romania, not to mention the constant threat to the Baltic states. The larger part of the power that we have stopped and are in the process of destroying is not even Russia, it's Soviet. This is blatantly evident on the battlefield, where the Russian army has been using reactivated tanks from the 18th and 15th years. We are completing the mission and putting an end to the Soviet empire. But that's not the end of the threats to the free world. They will merely change shape. The war with Russia has showed that kind of reality we live in. First, the aggressor state has weaponized everything. Everything. Energy, migrants, food, cyberspace, religions, organizations, media, nuclear plants. This requires us to be ready to put up a multifaceted response. Second, we see a rapid reapproachment of the regimes that favor the world order based on the rule of force instead of the rule of law. Autocracies instead of democracies. Russia using Iranian drones to targeting our peaceful Ukrainian cities. This is a brilliant illustration of their plans. Third, some partners claim that global issues cannot be worked out without involving Russia. That might be true in theory, but with Russia, its present shape, nothing can be worked out. We need to recognize honestly that accomplishing sustainable peace is impossible without a transformation in Russia. Transformations within Russia needs to be an element of the agenda. Russia has to receive a clear joint signal. It will not be able to return to the civilized world without changing. Unfailingly, upholding sanctions has to be a part of this signal. Russia has to become a democratic federation. The new reality has been partially recognized already. Finland's accession to the NATO has de facto put an end to the history of agreement based on 1975 Helsinki Act. We hope that our friends in Sweden will soon become members of the NATO family, and that the Baltic Sea will become NATO's internal sea. We should take a step further and recognize that there is no viable alternative to making the Black Sea a NATO sea as well. There is no alternative to Ukraine in the NATO. The alliance security infrastructure needs to be scaled up to the east. In April, Russia's border with NATO has doubled in length. What did Moscow do in response? Nothing. So we need to act. Together we have a staggeringly long way that is worth acknowledging. Since February last year, the NATO principles of planning and operating are being reinforced in everyday activities, in government offices, armed forces headquarters, and in the trenches at the front line. Today, Ukraine has practical knowledge of how to fight and beat this cruel enemy of the entire civilized world. For example, in May, Russia has dramatically increased the number of the aerial attacks on the peaceful Ukrainian cities, as you know. And up till now, it was believed that Kinzhal missiles could not to be intercepted. Thanks to the Patriot system, we have intercepted 7 out of 7. Now this can be our shared experience, much like the sinking of the cruiser Moskva, stopping tank armaments, complex use of UAVs and more. While political discussion remains ongoing, I'm focused on getting the force ready for full interoperability with the alliance. Ukraine has already essentially become Europe's shield in the East. We are constantly building up our capabilities to become an organic part of NATO's security perimeter. Together with our partners, we have learned how to build logistic chains of enormous scale, training facilities of unimaginable volume, planning and support systems on unthinkable complexity and efficiency. Together, we have built a force to fight, to win, and to secure peace after the victory. After a good start in 2023 with the political and defense dialogues, we have strong expectation from the Vilnius NATO summit decisions. I would like to extend my special gratitude to our Polish and Lithuanian friends for their voicing that their firm position regarding Ukraine's NATO prospects at the level of their parliaments. In the process of advancing the Euro-Atlantic aspirations of the Ukraine, the unblocking of the NATO-Ukraine Commission meeting at the highest level is of paramount importance for us. Ukraine expects the following proposals to be reflected in the Vilnius NATO summit decisions. First, commitment that Ukraine will become a member of the NATO. The alliance will find a way to invite Ukraine to join the organization and propose by the end of 2023 a clear algorithm of the Ukraine's movement toward accession to NATO. Second, until Ukraine acquires NATO membership, the member states of the alliance will provide Ukraine with the security guarantees. Third, readiness of NATO member states to support the peace formula of the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, aims to establishing a comprehensive, just a sustainable peace in Ukraine for global security. Fourth, providing alliance practical assistance to Ukraine by
Quatrièmement, que les alliés apportent leur aide.
The aim of Ukraine achieving full interoperability with the alliance and making a comprehensive transitions to NATO standards. The world has changed. It needs bold decisions. Several days ago, leaders of several NATO members states have created an aviation coalition to supply Ukraine with a modern aircraft. Until very recently, it was believed to be absolutely impossible. Much like supplying Ukraine with the tanks has been believed to be absolutely impossible. But the tanks are already on our soil, and they have personally tested them. The experience of the year of the war demonstrates that when it comes to justified security decisions, impossible means not right now, but later. But Ukraine pays for that delay with the blood of its soldiers and civilians, with the blood of its children. Back in the day, comfortable decisions were made instead of the right decisions, and now citizens of free countries are forced to pay for that with a part of their prosperity. We have got to change that for sustainable peace and better future. So thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraini!
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Minister. We are with you. Slava Ukraini. Let us return now to the Q&A session with the Prime Minister and Vice Prime Minister of Luxembourg. Prime Minister, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, could you please join us here on the panel? Maybe it will be easier. No, you prefer to stay in the room? Yes? Okay, well, do join us. You looked very, very comfortable in the audience, but we prefer to see you. And we have gathered 4 questions from our NATO PA members. I will take them in order. First of all, Mrs. Zaida Cantera from Spain. Dear colleague, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I speak Spanish.
Oui, c'est ça. Il y a les vice-présidentes aussi.
Thank you very much. My first words are an expression of our appreciation for our host, Luxembourg, and our very clear and full-fledged support to our brothers and sisters in Ukraine. My question has 2 parts. Don't you think that we are perhaps harboring too many, or lifting the expectations, or maybe giving them too many hopes regarding a possible counteroffensive by the Ukraine, and that some of our people's public opinions may think that this counteroffensive may bring about the end of the war and produce a war fatigue in our countries, especially regarding the support from our populations. And this takes me to my second question. You've spoken about misinformation, disinformation by Russia. Yes, indeed, we are. And my country is one of the countries affected by it, to Russia's disinformation campaigns that are being relatively successful among our population, and support for our brothers and sisters in the Ukraine may be diminishing. Do you think that a coordinated campaign by NATO in each and every one of our countries in an adapted way could strengthen the support of our peoples to our operations?
Merci beaucoup, chère Zaida. Maintenant...
Thank you very much, dear Zaida. If I may ask both of you to answer all 4 questions together, if you don't mind. So, Mrs. Julie Jerovich from Canada, 1 minute per question, if I may ask you. Thank you very much indeed.
I also want to start off with a huge thanks to Luxembourg's excellent political leadership. Thank you for the speeches this morning. To President ETGEN, very much appreciate you announcing your contribution to democratic resilience with the funding of a staff person. Very much you're the first, and you've inspired all of us to also think about stepping up. Appreciate very much the inspiring speech by Prime Minister BETTEL. Words that we should be sharing with each of our respective nations. Peace indeed should never be taken for granted. And Minister BAUSCH, really appreciate you outlining the defense spending and the extraordinary efforts around security and defense. And so my question is just one of them. All NATO nations are working very hard to massively increase their defense spending, to build up our resilience, to strengthen our armies, our navies, our air force. We know we need to each pull our own weight. And my question to you is, can you share your thoughts around reaching the 2%? Is it possible for a NATO country to be doing its part, being an equal player, without quite reaching the 2%? Thank you.
Merci, chère Julie. Troisième question, c'est la Roumanie.
Thank you, dear Julie. Romania, Ana Maria Catauta, and then the 4th question will be to the Netherlands.
Hope you can see me. Thank you so much. First of all, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, thank you so much for the help Luxembourg is giving to the battle group in Romania. We do appreciate it very, very much. My question is related to the summit in Vilnius. though the focus continues to be on Ukraine and the Black Sea. And I do hope that the Black Sea will continue to be a priority for NATO even after a peace is hopefully achieved in Ukraine. There is a growing attention towards what is happening in the Indo-Pacific and especially with China. And my question would be, in the Vilnius summit, what do you think there should be the concrete steps that NATO should take to fight against China's assertiveness and aggression? Thank you so much.
Merci Anna Maria. Et dernière question, Monsieur Jeroen van Vink.
Thank you. Jeroen van Winsgaarten from the Netherlands.
Excellencies, and you've made it absolutely clear that Luxembourg has inherent challenges when it comes to the size of its population, and that yet at the same time, in trying to bridge the gap towards the 2% of the Welsh pledge, you are making huge efforts in doubling your defense spendings towards 2028. Yes, my question is, what defense capabilities will Luxembourg prioritize in trying to bridge this gap towards the 2%? Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Maintenant le...
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister or Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. You both have the floor. Thank you very much. Well, allow me a short introduction, and as there are some technicalities related to expenditures.
Luxemburgo es muy gentil y tenemos a trabajar todos juntos con la problemática de la desinformación. Pienso que es una iniciativa común de todos los NATO, no es el más eficaz. Porque pienso que tenemos periódicos en todos los países que tienen que trabajar y tienen una relación de confianza que es más grande que instituciones internacionales. Es terrible que yo dice, es una situación que educación y también los periódicos tienen más confianza que si es una organización política. Je suis désolé, hein, parce que c'est un peu un fait de...
And I'm sorry, but I would really and truly advise against NATO taking the initiative against disinformation and misinformation. Yes, we have to support the press because the press has to denounce what is false, what is disinformation, but we also have to make some education of our citizens, and that is for each ally or member state to take care of that. I'm going to be very blunt. I'm not a good diplomat. A lot of people thought that Ukraine would be a week's war and that would be the end of it. And Ukraine would be done. In all honesty, people thought, even heads of states and governments thought, Ukraine will hold 2-3 days and then Ukraine will be done. When President Biden said the Russians are going to attack Ukraine, we did not really trust that. Like, are you sure, President? Are you really sure? I believe that it is important to understand that the Russian aggressor is still much more aggressive than we thought it would be. But I don't think the counteroffensive would be put into place as we speak if we had not helped Ukraine already. For a year, Ukrainians have been asking for some equipment support, and it's hard for us. You know, when I see jet fighters, we're letting them go really one by one, little by little. When they said that they needed anti-aircraft systems, we were a little worried of donating them those systems. But we're doing it, and let's face it, you know, in the beginning, when Ukrainians said that they needed equipment support, we emptied our own stocks. We went to our warehouses and to get rid of what we did not need immediately. Let's not give a gilded picture of what we did. No, we did not donate generously in all generosity immediately. No, we let we let it go bit by bit, but we did not do our utmost immediately. I'm just saying that this was not done at the outset. Secondly, and it was said by the Dutch colleague, so I'll probably answer both the Canadian and the Dutch question in combination. Yes, in the beginning, our defense spending was 0.4%. We're all politicians in this room, and we committed to more than double our defense budgets. And for a country with 1,000 troops, it's not easy. If I want my citizens to understand that the investment we're making in defense and NATO is international solidarity, is our international responsibility, I have to tell them that it is a commitment for them too. But if overnight I say I cut education, health, I increase taxes just for NATO, I am telling you in all honesty, it will backfire. Instead of having support for Ukraine, I will see a rejection for Ukraine. And having a defense minister who's a Green, and you're not listening to me, no one ever believed that. His DNA in the beginning was not really investing as a defense minister twice as much in the defense budget. He's from the Green Party. We need to think before we do things, and we sometimes do things that are not immediately accounted for. Of course, for reasons of security or discretion, I will not say what we will be doing, but Ukraine knows what I'm talking about. There are things that are not showing up in our balance sheet of purchases of new equipment, but that allow Ukraine to function and to work. And if we have the chance of continuing to lead this country, the commitments we took will be commitments we make. And finally, as far as the Vilnius summit is concerned, and on a very personal note, here I'm not talking in the name of the government, you said, well, in Vilnius, we also have to express ourselves against China. I think that the biggest mistake we could do with China today is to say, we're against you. I'm not in favor of China, but stating loud and clear that we're against them is pushing them into the arms of Russia. And of course, they're our competitors. Of course, they're not our friends. Of course, they're not our partners. But let's not push them even closer towards Russia. I'm not saying we should take measures against China. We should show China its responsibility. And I said it today to the congressman from the United States. I believe that President Biden and President Xi Jinping will be the only ones to be able to find a ceasefire quickly. If tomorrow Biden and Xi were to sit around a table with the agreement of Ukraine, of course, not without Ukraine, but with the agreement of Ukraine, it would be the only way to have a ceasefire. Because, yes, of course, Ukraine, we will be rebuilding Ukraine, but people are still dying every day in Ukraine, and a ceasefire would also be a way of ceasing this war. So China's responsibility must be understood. We must be very well aware of the fact that Vilnius should not be a summit against China, but a summit where we, NATO, and the United States, as the representative of democratic values in the world, can tell to China, you are co-responsible. And Taiwan, well, we're keeping an eye on you on Taiwan. It's not because we need you to have a ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia that we're not keeping an eye on what you may be doing with China. You bear some responsibility, dear Chinese, on a global scale. So let us not make Vilnius a summit against China or a summit in favor of China. Let us make international politics to put pressure from all fronts on Russia. And now for the trick questions to my defense minister. Thank you very much, dear Xavier. Well, first of all, as to the expectations of a Ukrainian counteroffensive. Let's not lure ourselves in believing that this war will be over soon. And let us not create new expectations, because it's not the Ukrainians creating new expectations. We are creating for our own populations the illusion that with a counteroffensive, they will be able to push Russia out of Ukraine. And the sentence, we want to support Ukraine as long as it takes, it means as long as it takes. And it can be a very long time. Because, first of all, in the 21st century, we cannot allow an imperialistic power like Russia to invade the territory of Ukraine, and maybe others in the future, who knows. That cannot be allowed as a matter of principle, but that can even be less allowed because it is at our borders. It is right next to us, and it would mean so much for the European security architecture. So, of course, we have to repeat it time and time again to our citizens so that they can continue supporting our efforts and so that we do not create false expectations about the counteroffensive, making our citizens believe that they will push the Russian troops back to the border with Russia and by summer everything's done and over. It won't be the case. Of course, we want Ukraine to regain its territory as quickly as possible, but it will be a long-winded process because, of course, Russia will not give up so easy. Disinformation. Well, what's the difference between dictatorship and democracy? Well, in a dictatorship, there's no information. There's propaganda. There's propaganda and nothing but propaganda. We have information. And it is controversial. There's different points of views. The only new thing in our democracies is that the propaganda proxies of dictatorships have way more power now with social media, with digitalization, to make propaganda outside of their borders and to influence our democracies. What can we do? Well, first of all, find out how they do it. They're using tools that have actually been put into place by our democracies. So let's set rules for platforms, for social media platforms. Let's produce a charter, a code of conduct saying that there will be sanctions if you allow propaganda to be reproduced on your platforms. We need to find ways and means to fight propaganda and disinformation in our democracies. Now, the 2%. Should I do it in English or French? I don't know. Well, I trust translation because I know that our friends who speak English tend to understand me better when I explain the 2% in English. I do that at NATO, but well, I could do it in Luxembourgish because we're in Luxembourg, but then no one would understand. Okay, so who introduced the principle of going towards 2%? That's the text that exists today. Going towards 2%. Move towards 2% without setting a deadline. There was no deadline about reaching the 2%. Who put that forward? It was President Obama in 2014. Why did he put forward that language? Well, he put that forward at the last minute because he realized that a lot of NATO nations had not made any effort to increase their defense spending. And the burden was entirely and completely on the USA's shoulders. And I understand, of course, I fully understand for the US to make pressure on the rest of NATO allies to invest more in their defenses, in defense in general. Now, if you look at the result of that pressure, it was a huge growth in defense spending in all NATO nations. Look at how much was actually spent, because the NATO Secretary General receives a report from each of us, and he publishes it into his annual report, and there is a progression between 2014 and today. It's not just that we stuck to what existed in 2014. We were at 0.3% in 2014 for Luxembourg. We'll reach the 1% in the next few years. We've almost quadrupled our efforts in 8, 9, 10 years. So, and this phenomenon can be seen in almost all NATO nations. We're on the right path. We need to stay on the right path. But pressure or excessive pressure might break down our unity, and that would be playing into Putin's game. If within NATO we see cracks appearing because there is not a good and sound understanding of the evolution of defense spendings in the different NATO nations and what the different NATO nations do, it would be playing Putin's game. And let's not forget that the 2% was not the sole criterion. There were other criteria. New investments. New investments per annum were in the top 5. Some other nations are not in the top 5 of new investments. You have to look at all the criteria that were defined in Wales, not just the 2% criterion. And if you look at our situation in the Grand Duchy, and I know all countries have got arguments to explain why they're taking more time to reach the 2%, why it's more difficult. I explained it yesterday. We're a small country. We have 630,000 inhabitants, a high GDP, yes, but a high GDP that is mainly due to the fact that we have an economy that is very dynamic, that is pushed by our French, our Belgian, and our German colleagues who live just outside of Luxembourg, but who come in every day to work. If you look at the active population, we have 500,000 jobs, and those 500,000 jobs are half occupied by non-Luxembourg people, not even living in Luxembourg. And the Prime Minister has already explained it, 48% of our residents are non-nationals. So to recruit soldiers, you know it. We have a number of criteria, and one of the criterion is to have the Luxembourgish nationality. We have had quite a lot of discussion to make that nationality criterion a little more flexible, but what we're looking at is very heavy NATO essential and allied essential investments. That's what we're focusing on. We have substantial programs, and we will substantially increase our defense efforts through investing in space and cyber. And why is it easier to do that in these two new domains? You know that cyber and space have been identified as new domains in the 2030 strategic concept. It's because we need specialists, not a mass of people, but specialists, highly skilled specialists, and we have the technical knowledge and know-how to invest in cyber and in space. We have ACS. It's a satellite company that I believe some of you visited. You must have seen it firsthand. You must have seen firsthand what we built. So space is something that is being promoted. It's an industry that did not locate in Luxembourg by chance. It's because it's partly funded by the Luxembourg taxpayers over the last decade. It is an industrial instrument that we decided to put at the disposal of the overall NATO community, and it is high value added. So give us a chance, and you will see that you will be able to benefit from new capabilities in space and cyber that not all of your countries possess, and that will be recognized by NATO. And NATO is recognizing all the efforts that we're making. And let's not forget that there is a process which is called the NATO Defense Planning Process, the NDPP, that sets the objectives for all NATO nations. And we've always met what was required of us through the NDPP. And it is not by chance that NATO is not asking us to provide 5,000 men and a navy, because we don't have any of that. But what we can do for NATO, we do it fast, we do it well, we're amongst the first to do it. And thanks to that commitment of ours, we can make new things, we can develop new things, new tools, new capabilities. So we're hoping that this will be recognized for Luxembourg, and that it will not just be the 2% that will be looked at, but that we will all be moved by the spirit of helping our defense industries, of doing things that are meaningful, that are truly meaningful, to provide us with more capabilities in Europe. And that is why I am an enormous supporter of the pooling and sharing principle in Europe. Let us try to pool and share in Europe all the efforts that we're making to reach our goals. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. I know you have other commitments, but thank you very much for being with us this morning. Thank you very much for your warm welcome here in Luxembourg, for everything that you're doing for us and for Ukraine. And we will be listening to the head of the Ukrainian delegation, Yehor CHERNIEV. Yehor, please take the floor.
Madam President, dear Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Deputy Secretary General, distinguished guests, and dear friends, allies. First of all, I would like to say thank you for your unwavering support of the Ukrainian people in the fight for life, honor, and freedom of our country. Thanks to the help of Western democracies, we not only held out against their cruel enemy, but even began pushing him back. And now we are moving from deterring Russia to defeating it. Together, we have come a long way from Stingers and in-laws to Patriots, Leopards, and Storm Shadows. From Bucha and Mariupol to the battles for the liberation of southern Ukraine, Crimea, and Donbass. And I'm sure that together we will walk all victorious way to the end together. We must win. We have no other way out. Negotiation with the current Kremlin leadership, reconciling or finding a compromise, all this is impossible. Our goals are diametrically opposite. Russia and other non-democratic countries that support it are aiming to change the existing world order and establish a new one in the interests of autocracies. For us, this is unacceptable. And Ukraine has disrupted this plan at the cost of many thousands of lives of our citizens. We have already weakened Russia to the point where it is incapable to wage large-scale continental wars. Our current task is to defeat the enemy, liberate the occupied territories, and restore the rules-based international order. Dear friends, I've brought with me the symbol of the shattered might of Russia, the piece of the hypersonic missile Kinzhal. It was this Kinzhal, this insane dictator, terrified it for last years all the world. This missile, but today we have shown that Russia is no anymore poses any supremacy in the conventional weapon. These missiles, like several other missiles, were shot down by Ukrainian armed forces with the Western weapon. And it means And it means that our alliance is undefeatable, that together we will withstand against any enemy. We have nothing more to fear. No one dare to intimidate us anymore. We must believe in our strengths. Epochal processes are taking place in the world today, the likes of which have not been seen 80 years. And it depends on us how we will enter history. Will we remain in the memory of our descendants as a weak people who could not defend their values and principles? Will we leave our children with a world ruled by mad dictators where human rights, life, and freedom mean nothing? Or we will prove ourselves to be courageous citizens of the free world who are ready to sacrifice immediate interest for the sake of our children's future. The history of victors tells us that there is no other way but to inflict a complete and unconditional defeat of the aggressor. 80 years ago, one man proclaimed a new order in Europe. The initial policy of appeasement of the dictator ended up in tens of millions of victims, the destruction of dozens of countries, and the subsequent victory at the cost of enormous effort. Today, history repeats itself. And now it is we who must rise to its challenge. We who have no right to be weak, and our only correct response is like 80 years ago, the complete rout of the enemy and International Tribunal for War Criminals. We have to be worthy of our ancestors who defeated Nazism. We must cast aside all hesitation, fear, and doubt, and accept our historical responsibility for the future of our children, so that later we would not be ashamed to look them in the eyes. We must stay united to the end. No compromises with war criminals, no freezing of the war, and no concessions to the dictator. Only victory and punishment for those who have trampled on international law, humanity, freedom, and justice, and we will certainly achieve this. But how we can prevent the recurrence of such strategies in the future? To do this, we need to correct the mistakes of the past. First, Ukraine must stop being a geopolitical gray zone in Europe. Otherwise, the risks of a new aggression in the future will remain. Ukraine must be admitted to the alliance by a political decision. Second, economic relations in Europe and the world must take politics and security into account. By trading with autocracies and providing them with technologies and markets, we breed new aggressors and new enemies. Third, it must be realized that on a continental project at the expense of a transatlantic one will always be problematic for Europe. The presence in Eurasia of traditionally autocratic, resourceful, and military powerful countries makes any integration projects with them unequal. In such an alliance, someone will have to adjust their civilization and orientation and values and make concessions. We have no right to let that happen. Dear colleagues, we must be worthy of the monumental tasks that lie before us. Difficult times require strong people, and a lot depends on you. In your countries and your parliaments, you are powerful politicians who can influence the position of the governments, of your governments in the war. Together, we can ensure an increase in the supply of arms and ammunition to Ukraine in order to defeat the enemy as quickly as possible. And together, after our victory, we can accelerate Ukraine's admission into NATO to establish long-term peace and balance on the continent. We can make an important step towards this just now. I believe that the final declaration of our Assembly should include a call to send Ukraine a clear political signal at the Vilnius summit that Ukraine will become a member of NATO. I believe that through our joint efforts, we will make our world safer, freer, fairer. We are on the bright side of history. Light always triumphs over darkness, and that's why we will win. Thank you, and I will present this fragment to Madam President, just as a reminder that Ukraine and NATO stronger together than separately.
And cherish it forever. Mes chers collègues.
Colleagues, we will now give the floor to Mr. Mircea Joëlle. We have the great pleasure to welcome the Deputy Secretary General of NATO. There will then be a question and answer session, and each intervention will be limited to 1 minute. Strict time limit. Please be brief and concise in your questions so that as many as possible can take part. We must finish at 11:25. Deputy Secretary General, you have the floor.
Cher Joëlle, un grand merci pour cet accueil très chaleureux. Et
many thanks. I would also like to thank our Luxembourg hosts, the President of the Luxembourg Delegation.
Assembly, I was and I still am one of yours. I know the importance of this assembly. I served in my nation's delegation a few years back. It's always to get back at my preferred parliamentary assembly, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. It's also a great pleasure to be back in Luxembourg, a country that is a staunch ally, a founding member of this alliance. And when your Prime Minister was saying with great pride that Robert Schuman, a founding father of one of the most beautiful political projects, European Union, was born here, I can also say as a Romanian that I'm very proud that for 8 centuries, Luxembourgish is still spoken in Romania, in my country, because for 8 centuries, you've been part of my nation's birth and in beautiful Transylvania. So thank you, Luxembourg, for having this European project at heart way, way before Robert Schuman was born. We also had Prime Minister BETTEL in Brussels, meeting with our Secretary General. Luxembourg, you always say, may be small, but your country with a great impact. You lie at the forefront of innovation. I'm very grateful personally for your contributions to space surveillance and satellite capabilities. Also, transport, aircraft transport, cyber, new tanker transport aircraft. And also, thank you, Luxembourg, for hosting one of our elite agencies, the NSPA, the NATO Support and Procurement Agency. And I'm very happy, and I know that Oleksii REZNIKOV, when he visited with us, he asked NSPA to help Ukraine establish a procurement agency for the Ministry of Defense in Ukraine and for the government of Ukraine. We just did that. And when I'm visiting Kapellen, I see the new site. So that's a new contribution from our great ally, Luxembourg. Thank you so very much for all of that. Not to mention your contributions in the battle groups in Lithuania, my home country of Romania, and also in many, many other fronts. So we'll be discussing with mon cher ami François avec le...
Dear friend François, we spoke about 20%, 2%.
That we're very proud and grateful for what Luxembourg does for our alliance now and in the future. Welcome, Finland. It's great to have you here, my dear friends, and I look with great anticipation for our Swedish future allies to be joining our great alliance, an alliance which is becoming stronger, an alliance with an eastern flank which comes from the Barents Sea to the Baltic Sea, to the Black Sea and Mediterranean, an alliance that is becoming stronger and more united as we speak. Finland's entry into NATO makes all of us stronger and more secure. It was a beautiful day, a sunny day, and a truly historic day last month when we raised the Finnish flag in NATO HQ. And I very, very much look forward to seeing the Swedish flag risen soon in the beautiful headquarters that we have in Brussels. Finland's accession to NATO was a direct response to Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine. And you heard from our Ukrainian friends how important this continues to be. And this is why we must continue to support Ukraine. We all know, we as political leaders know how high the stakes are. Because if Putin wins, it would be an immense tragedy for the heroic people of Ukraine. But it also makes Europe less secure and would send a message to other authoritarian leaders that they can achieve their goals by using force. This will make not only us in Europe or across the Atlantic, but the whole world more vulnerable. This is why we're also stepping up our support for partners at risk from Russian aggression, supporting the Republic of Moldova, supporting Georgia, supporting Bosnia and Herzegovina in many areas like resilience, cyber, crisis management, and secure communications. Also, our partners to the south face complex, broader challenges, including deteriorating security situation, presence of terrorist groups, irregular migration, and malign influence, and yes, the security implications of climate change. We also have to make sure that we increase and strengthen our support for the resilience of our partners in the South. This is also strengthening the overall security of our alliance in a true 360-degree approach. We still need allies to step up funding for our partners to the South. We have to deliver on what we promised and our leaders promised in Madrid for Mauritania, for Jordan, for Tunisia. We have still financing gaps to be filled in. And I'm using this lecture to send a message through you to your capitals that we need to be up to the promise we made to our partners in the South, and by Vilnius to be able to deliver upon those promises. One of the lessons from Ukraine is the importance of providing support to partners sooner rather than later. Ally support for Ukraine since 2014 has played a key contribution to enabling the brave and committed Ukrainian forces to repel Russian invasion. And over the last year, allies have provided $150 billion to Ukraine, including 65 billion euros of military aid, training and equipping 9 new Ukrainian armored brigades, putting them in a strong position to continue to retake occupied territory. At the NATO summit in Vilnius, we'll welcome President Zelensky to our summit and send a strong message of our continued support. We are working on a strategic multi-year assistance program for Ukraine to help Ukraine transition from Soviet-era doctrines, equipment, and training to modern standards, I have to say how much I appreciate the ingenuity and the capacity to learn fast, adopt, and even innovate the kind of support we are giving to our Ukrainian friends. The aim of these reforms is to make Ukraine stronger, to adopt NATO standards, our military technology, continue reforms, and also make Ukraine fully interoperable with NATO forces. We will need allied support in funding these critical efforts in a sustainable year over the next period of time. The Vilnius Summit will also be about further strengthening our own deterrence and defense. Since 2014, when Putin illegally annexed Crimea, our alliance has implemented the biggest reinforcement of our collective defense in generations. We have increased the readiness of our forces, deployed combat-ready troops to the east of the alliance. For the first time, we activated our defense planning, and European allies and Canada have spent an additional $350 billion on defense. This meant that when Mr. Putin launched his fully fledged invasion last year, we were ready. Within hours, we activated our defense plans, put 40,000 troops under NATO command, backed by significant air and maritime power. We strengthened our forward defenses from the Baltic to the Black Sea. This is to send a crystal clear message to whom it may concern that we will defend every square inch of NATO territory, that there can be no risk of misunderstanding or miscalculation. Our security environment has fundamentally changed. High-intensity warfare is back in Europe. Global competition is rising. Authoritarian regimes are challenging our values, our interests, and our security. And the threats are multiplying, from terrorists to cyber attacks, to nuclear proliferation, to climate change. We have entered, my dear friends, an era of strategic competition. And NATO is up to the challenge. We will train and exercise more together, place more forces on higher readiness, and strengthen our command and control structure. I expect allies to support the plans, forces, and structures set out by our Supreme Allied Commander, General Cavoli, at the Vilnius Summit this coming July. Our upcoming Defense Ministerial in mid-June, Cher François, will prepare the important decision to be taken at the summit. We are also working to ensure that NATO continues to have the capabilities we need. Ukraine is using up ammunition faster than we currently produce it, depleting our stockpiles. So we must ramp up production, invest in our production capacity, and I'm looking forward to the NATO Industry Forum this fall in Sweden to continue our discussion with industry, with startups, with technology, and make sure that we are up to the task. Through the NATO defense planning process, we are increasing our targets to give the defense industry the clear and long-term demand signal they need to increase production. I'm very glad to see that several allies, including the US, Norway, France, and others, have already signed new contracts with the defense industry. In Vilnius, we also look at ways to further strengthen the resilience of our societies and of our critical infrastructures. Because the war has also underlined some key vulnerabilities, principally our dependence on Russian oil and gas. Allies have now diversifying their supplies and investing in renewable sources. This is good for our security and good for the climate. We will also welcome again in Vilnius the European Union leadership and our Indo-Pacific partners at the highest level. Because security is indivisible. What happens today in Europe can happen tomorrow in Asia. We need to be careful not to swap one dependency on one authoritarian regime for another, most notably China. Chinese rare earth materials are present everywhere in our societies and our economies. We cannot give authoritarian regimes the chance to exploit our vulnerabilities and undermine us. But let me be clear, China is not our adversary. We still trade with China. We engage with them on issues such as arms controls or climate change. But we have to be clear-eyed that China does not share our values of freedom, democracy, and human rights, and that it poses a challenge to our interests and to our security. And China's increasingly close relationship with Russia is also a serious cause for concern, as are its attempts to control key industrial sectors and our critical infrastructure. Let me also tell about the need for us to work more with the private sector, because one of the fundamental issues in the great power competition era is how to maintain our technological edge. Technology has always been central to our ability to defend our citizens. Things have changed. Once in the 60s or the 50s, governments were producing 90% of all technology used for our defense and national security. Today, it's just the opposite. 90% of everything we use in national defense and security is produced by the private sector. So in order to be able to compete, we will need to do more with private sector. In NATO, I chair the Innovation Board, and I see firsthand how every single piece of new technology can be dual use. How artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotechnology can offer transformational progress, but also, on the other side of the same coin, pose great risks to our freedom and to our societies. That's why NATO has established GEOANA, the Defense Innovation Accelerator for North Atlantic, to bring together defense personnel with the best and brightest startups, researchers, technology companies to solve critical defense and security challenges. And the brand new NATO Innovation Fund, the world's first multi-nation sovereign VC fund, to nurture and develop new technologies and also bring trusted capital in order to protect our people, our nations, and our values. We have developed principles of responsible use for emerging technologies such as AI. We'll do the same for quantum. We'll do the same for biotech. We'll do the same for every single new piece of technology that can be used also for defense and security. Because we are democratic societies and we owe this to our citizens. We owe it to our freedom. And making sure that we use responsibly new technologies is something that NATO takes very seriously, and the Secretary General and all us, his team, were working very hard on that. And also to make sure that we help industries and institutions develop these technologies in line with international law and our values. If we do not set the rules of the road, others will. So NATO and allies are doing a lot. We need to. But of course, all of that comes at a cost. And so at the Vilnius summit, we expect allies to agree on an ambitious new defense investment pledge with 2% of GDP as a minimum to be invested in our defense. I know there are specific cases, they were made amply clear today, but this is something that I think we should all be aiming for. Because if Wales was an aspiration towards 2%, in the new political context, the new strategic reality, we have to get to the next level. And I'm confident that all allies will find the appropriate ways to be part of this new pledge in Vilnius. Last year, we marked the 8th year in a row of increases in defense spending. And yes, on new technologies. We are moving in the right direction, but not as fast as the dangers we face demand. We need to do more. We do need to move faster. So I know, as a political person myself, that investing in defense when you have competing priorities, the Prime Minister said it right away, this is not easy. But this is the time when political leadership matters. Not every decision we make as political leaders are easy or helping in the polls. But we have to do the right things for our nations, for our freedom, for our security, for our alliance. And this is a worthwhile investment, because without security, there is no peace. Without security and peace, there is no prosperity. Without security, peace, and prosperity, there is no freedom. This is the time to invest in our values, in NATO, and of course, in other many ways. So I count on your support, and I hope my message was pretty much crystal clear, that we need your help, my dear friends and former colleagues from the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. This is a time when history is made. This is one of those times in history that will shape generations to come. And our generation, again, will be called to be facing history and be up to the challenge. Chère Madame la Présidente, chers amis.
Madam President, dear friends, many thanks.
And looking forward to welcome Madame la Présidente in Vilnius to represent this wonderful body that I cherish so much and we appreciate so intensely. Thank you so much. We'll be in touch.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le...
Many thanks, Deputy Secretary General. Your presentation was extremely clear and very hard-hitting. Many thanks for what you've said. So now quickly, immediately rather, question and answer session. 1 minute per question, please, and we'll group them in 4. Mike Turner first from the US, and Zaida Cantera will Micha Shaba and Niku Palkoi. Mike, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Deputy Secretary General, thank you for being here. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your work with the NATO Parliamentary Assembly in recognizing the work that this group does. I appreciate your reference to the 2% and the need, especially in this environment, for everyone to be working toward increasing our capabilities and our resources. A commitment, as you acknowledged, is one that is not imposed upon our members, but was actually agreed to by our members. But I wonder if you could, for a moment, speak about the need for missile defense. The head of the Ukrainian delegation held up a piece of a Kinzhal missile, and that missile was taken down by a Patriot system, operated skillfully by the Ukrainians. But as we see in this conflict, we know that even more, we're vulnerable as an alliance to missile attack, and missile defense is an area where we could grow in our capabilities. Thank you.
La parole est à...
Zaida Cantera.
Thank you very much. I speak Spanish. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. My question has to do with the southern flank. In Mediterranean countries in the south, we continue to see how North Africa, the MENA region, is beginning to become more than a hotspot. Terrorist groups, population, demographic explosion, Wagner groups, and underground paramilitary actions with China's help, etc., etc., etc. What are NATO's activity to counter that with its 360-degree vision to comply with strategic concept? Thank you very much.
pour la Pologne.
Thank you very much, Michal Szaba for Poland.
Secretary General, the strategic concept of 2022 rightly described Russia as the greatest threat to the alliance. In our view, the Vilnius summit would be the right place for leaders to begin the process of reviewing and redefining the alliance's future political approach to Russia. The summit communiqué should be reconfirmed that military adaptation is not limited by any previous agreements NATO had with Russia. NATO-Russia Funding Act is not a relevant document in the current situation and shouldn't be seen as such in the future. I would like to also say that we should focus on strengthening NATO-Ukraine political dialogue, and Polish delegation is supporting transforming NATO-Ukraine Commission into NATO-Ukraine Council, a body that could allow for joint consultation and decisions, including a crisis management mechanism, could fit the bill. Thank you very much.
Merci Michal. Niku Falkoi pour la Roumanie.
Thank you, Nico Falco for Romania.
Mr. Deputy Secretary General, for many years the Republic of Moldova has been a priority target of the Russian Federation to restore its influence over the independent Moldovan state. 2022 was challenging, but Moldova made determined steps towards European integration and strengthening its defense and security institution. In the face of the hybrid war waged by Moscow, NATO and European Union have provided much needed support. However, Moldova needs even more assistance from us. Considering the need to step up the support for partners such as Moldova, a country on the front line of hybrid war action on behalf of Moscow, NATO is preparing a series of decisions for the upcoming Vilnius summit. In this regard, what are the priorities of the alliance for the Republic of Moldova, and what recommendation do you make to the alliance to contribute to a package of assistance for this country? Thank you very much.
Merci Nikou. La parole est à vous.
Thank you all.
Thank you. You have the chair. You have the floor, sir.
Chairman Turner, dear Mike, thank you so much also for the wonderful hospitality in Washington extended to our delegation. As we speak, NATO and our military commanders, General Cavoli, General Lavigne, had been presented to allies the most comprehensive upgrade of our defense planning, force and command structures in generations. And obviously, inside this multi-regional 360 approach, air and missile defense is critical. And the lessons learned from Ukraine and Russia's capabilities, even with this great news that our Ukrainian friends are bringing to us of the effectiveness of Patriot batteries, is an invitation for allies to do more. And I know we'll be doing more. And as we speak, there is work on air and missile defense. The new DDA will be approved by our leaders in Vilnius. And then as we go towards the implementation of the plans, we'll be going to the next level. And I know that many suggestions from many allies, our Baltic friends are coming with proposals, with rotational air and missile defense. Other allies have capabilities on their soil. Together, under the wise leadership of General Cavoli and our allies, will be moving in the next generation of air and missile defense. This is something for sure. Muchísimas gracias por la pregunta, señora Presidente. Je suis un avocat très...
I am a firm proponent within the alliance of the need to ensure that what we do on the eastern flank, which is absolutely essential, does not overlook all threats, including asymmetric threats stemming from the south, admittedly, but also from space and from cyberspace. It is the duty of the alliance to address threats coming from the south too. I mentioned indirectly in my speech the need not just to make political statements in support of our partners to the south, but also to do practical things in support of them. I mentioned the example of the defense capability package that our leaders have decided, including President Sanchez.
We are not yet there in terms of the commitment, financial commitment. I also believe that we have to work much closer with the European Union and other allies to making sure that we have a clear synergistic approach. Because the competition with China and Russia in the south is intensifying. And as a politician myself, I know that we have to step up our game and do a better job together. So let me say that what we have decided in the strategic concept is for us compulsory, and we are engaging, and I'm personally engaging with all our partners in the MENA region, in the Gulf region, and hopefully we'll be able to engage with our new partners in sub-Saharan Africa. This is something that we are working as we speak. To our Polish friends and allies, as you know, we'll have an informal foreign ministers meeting in Oslo. This is a new kid in town, because in the NATO 2030, we've decided on a few 4 new political, new avenues for NATO. 1, to add a 3rd foreign ministers meeting to the 2 regular ones we had before. We have 3 defense ministerial meetings, and one in Oslo, like the first one in Berlin, will be an informal one. So I can say that I expect our foreign ministers to amply discuss in a more informal setting also the future of relationship with Ukraine. And our leaders, of course, in Vilnius will take the appropriate decisions they will be deeming necessary. There's also a proposition which is debated as we speak in NATO, and I know your country is very active, and many others are also active, in trying to see if we can upgrade the political instrument, which is the Commission, that we are happy we revived after too many long years of intermission. It's not up to me to say what allies will decide. This is a decision of allies. I know one thing, that for the comprehensive assistance package for Ukraine, which is the NATO instrument to help that we have a seamless interoperability with our NATO, with our Ukrainian friends, also there we need more money. So yes, we'll be discussing about what comes next, but I think we have to focus now in winning this war for Ukraine, and Ukraine should win this war, and secondly, making sure that we put in place reforms for the longer term that will make sure that even if Ukraine wins now, and they will win, in the future, Russia might come back. So the real target here is not only to prevail in this war, we will, but to make sure that down the road, if Russia will have the same instinct, imperialistic instinct to come back against Ukraine or anyone else, that will be ready and make sure that Ukraine is a truly resilient, professional, and highly performant society and military. Mulțumesc mult pentru întrebare, Nicu, și prietenilor din delegația României. The Republic of Moldova, together with Georgia and Bosnia, as I mentioned, is at the top priority for NATO as well. Of course, we are respectful of Moldova's neutrality by constitution. This is something that we fully respect. And just, I think, last week, the chairman of the military committee, Admiral Bauer, was visiting Chisinau. I'm planning to visit Chisinau. We have been sending to Chisinau at the beginning of this year our elite unit, which is the resilience assistance team, and we are now producing recommendations for the Republic of Moldova to strengthen their resilience across the board. And something I would like to mention, because this is something which is also very, very important, that Moldova, like Bosnia, is a joint part of NATO and the EU. And I welcome the fact that President Maia Sandu will be hosting the European Political Community Summit in Chisinau. I'm very happy as a Romanian and as a NATO leader that the European Union has been offering to Ukraine, to Moldova, and also hopefully to Georgia and to Bosnia a European membership or perspective. So what's happening today in Moldova is short of a military intervention by Russia, but it's a full-fledged hybrid warfare. It is our interest and our obligation to help Moldova, to help Georgia, to help Bosnia, and making sure that if they decide freely that they want to come towards democratic, free Europe, I think it's our obligation to help them go in that direction, and this is what we do in NATO, in the EU, NATO in EU, and also I want to welcome what Romania does for Moldova, because as the only neighbor to the west of the Republic of Moldova, Romania is doing a great job in supporting this very important, vulnerable partner that we have.
Merci beaucoup. Deuxième série de questions.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the second set of 3 questions. Canada, then Theo Franken for Belgium, and then Joel Connolly from the US and Alex Shelbrook from the UK. Judy, you have the floor.
Deputy Secretary General, for being with us today. We had 2 NATO Parliamentary Assembly committees come to Canada about a month and a half ago. And what we heard there from some academics is that most of the world, of course outside of NATO countries and maybe the 50 countries that support Ukraine, is hostile to the democratic values that we believe in, and it's the worst that it's been in 70 years. We've also heard stories from NATO parliamentarians who had visited the Global South, and the fact that the Russian and Chinese narratives have taken hold, and in many places very much believed. Do you believe that there needs to be a collective narrative that is put forward by NATO in Vilnius in order to counter the very effective narratives by the Russians and the Chinese? And the second question I have for you is, you had mentioned that nuclear proliferation is an ongoing threat. What additional actions do you believe that NATO needs to take to ensure arms control and non-proliferation? Thank you.
Merci Julie. Théo.
Thank you, Julie. Theo Franken.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. Thank you very much for your interesting and inspiring speech. I have a question on the South, actually, like my colleagues of the side as well. It's on Iran, Islamic Republic of Iran. It's a big threat to world peace. They're organizing terrorist attacks in Europe. They're kidnapping people. There's a Belgian citizen also has been kidnapped. He's more than 1 year in an Iranian prison. We don't get them out because it's very, very difficult. A lot of European countries are in the same situation. They are fighting proxy wars in the Middle East and destabilizing all the region. And now they are delivering weapons to Russia. And for me, this is really a game changer. I also made a report on Iran, presented yesterday. But my question is, what will NATO do, for example, to get IRGC being put on the terror list as a terrorist organization, or enhance and do increase sanctions against Iran? What is the position? Thank you very much.
Merci Théo. La parole est à Jarmo.
Thank you, Theo. Joel Connolly from the US has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Secretary General, thank you so much for being here. You've always been a great friend to NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and we appreciate it. You have a comprehensive presentation today, but you didn't directly address one of our primary issues and priorities that we presented in Madrid at the Summit on the Strategic Concept, and that is creating an operational advocacy and resource center within NATO on democratic resilience. And I just want to emphasize, that is a major priority for us. And when we receive you or the Secretary General, we want to hear about it. And I just want to assure you that if we don't do this, you are going to, not you, but we will erode support for NATO, even in my country. And this is a moment to be proactive. And if we fail to meet this moment, I fear that just not liking Russia, a military alliance against Russia, is not long-term going to be sustainable in terms of public opinion. Thank you.
Merci, Cherry. Maintenant, Oleksii, Royaume-Uni.
Thank you, Madam President. We're having a lot of conversations about accession to NATO, and I'm seeking clarification from you, Deputy Secretary General, on territorial integrity. How it's not clear within the treaty as to what territorial integrity should be. Is it just about being attacked, or is it about making sure that a 1955-style Germany agreement can come in? So my question is, what will countries need to have full territorial integrity before they can accede to NATO? Or how are we defining when a country is able to have the protection of Article 5?
Merci. Thank you so very much. On the Canadian question, I vividly remember the summit in Madrid. And I think it was the Belgian Prime Minister who started the last session. And also, I think Prime Minister Trudeau continued, and many other leaders, President Biden, President Macron. There was a very robust discussion about how can we do a better job, not only to communicate to the Global South, because the narrative is one issue, but beneath that, there is something far more complex. And I think we have to really understand that without changing ourselves, the way to engage with our partners and our, hopefully, friends from the Global South, the balance of power which is now to be established will be more difficult to be established according to our values and to our interests. I don't have a miraculous panacea for this thing, but I think that we have to start sharing more information about what we do with these nations. We work in silos. I do a lot of work on southern partnerships in NATO. I really engage politically as much as I can. And you see, I'm doing this with you, all of you today. But there are many things that happen bilaterally, many things that the EU is doing, many things that we have to think together. When China goes and takes over, let's say, very important, critical, let's say, rare earth materials in Africa, let's say, they come with an economic compact that our private sector cannot compete with, because our private sector has bottom line and profitability indicators. Shareholders are asking this from the companies. So together we have to find a way to make sure that we make a counter proposition. Of course, alerting these countries of the risk of depending too much on Chinese debt and things like that, but I think we have to come with a better offer. My dear friends, in NATO countries today, other than 1 billion people, we have more than 50% of global GDP together. For me, it's a little bit counterintuitive. And if we add also our friends, some of them were in G7 in Hiroshima, our Japanese, any other friends, I think they're close to 60% of global GDP. It's just a matter for us to get ourselves in a better position to come with a fresh proposition, to have more humility and listen to them, not to preach on them. That's important too. Tone matters. But I would say that this is something that I know that our leaders in Vilnius, this is in the eastern flank. There will be lots of Ukraine there. We should be. But I anticipate that our leaders will be discussing about the overall aggregated issues. On nuclear proliferation and arms control, this is very high on our agenda too. Of course, there is a need for strategic dialogue to be continued. I encourage every single time when I meet my Chinese interlocutors, I encourage China to get into this conversation on arms control. That's a must. And I think all our nations, big or small, nuclear or non-nuclear, we should also be talking to China to encourage them to be a responsible global player in arms control and nuclear counter-proliferation. That's a must. So we are keeping this very, very much close to our heart, and of course, when political conditions would be met, we'll need to move forward on that. On the Belgian question on Iran, NATO is not imposing sanctions. NATO is not declaring one organization or another being or not on a terrorist list. We see with grave concern the connection between Iran and Russia in helping in that war against innocent Ukraine. I think that's a very severe gesture from Iran. In the regional side, we just received, I think a few months back, Zilke, the foreign minister of Iraq. NATO mission in Iraq is very much welcome in Iraq. And we are doing a lot of work to try to help strengthen Iraq according to their own wishes to be doing this. So engaging also with the broader region is also very, very important. And of course, respecting the rules of engagement of each of our organizations. It's not only kidnapping, it's also cyber attacks. My Albanian friends here in the room probably remember that Iran, and this was a collective attribution by NATO countries, crippled Albania's police and judiciary institutions because they were trying to organize an opposition meeting of Iranian opposition in Tirana. So that's a very serious, multifaceted issue that we have to deal with together. Congressman Connolly, dear Jerry, the fact that I didn't mention in my speech doesn't mean that we are not taking very, very actively and seriously your common, let's say, démarche for us to be addressing the issue that you hold so much dear. I remember you making the case to President Biden and to our leaders in Madrid. I know that also Joëlle and others will be doing this as well. What I can say, of course, we depend on consensus in the organization. This is something that we always need to respect. But if we go and think also of the 75th anniversary summit in Washington of next year, rule of law. Freedom, democracy, and rule of law. This is a fundamental building block of our alliance. And I know that together, all of us will be able to find a way forward on this topic that is very, very important. For the time being, I have to say I don't have consensus in my organization, but I think together we should be continuing to work in that direction, find the appropriate ways to move in that direction. And you know, for me personally, this is an issue that is very, very close to me, and we'll have to work harder to find the right conditions into this. On our UK friends, NATO enlargement is a political decision. It's not a technical decision. And in the history of NATO enlargements, from, I don't know, from Turkey and Greece to Spain and Portugal, to Czech Republic, Slovakia and Hungary, then the Gang of 7 in the second round, and then the others coming, now Finland, hopefully Sweden soon. There's always been a combination between the level of reforms and readiness of a candidate country and the political readiness inside the organization to welcome that country. That's something that we should not be shy as politicians to be recognizing. So it's not up to me to say which will be the ideal situation after this war ends. I know Ukraine will prevail. I'll say that sooner or later we'll have to come to the conversation about security guarantees for Ukraine. I cannot prejudge. It's above my pay grade to tell you when and how, because our leaders, you in national parliaments, you'll be ratifying. So that's a political conversation as well as a practical military or other considerations. So I trust that the open door policy, which is enshrined in the Washington Treaty, will continue to be a reality, and as soon as conditions will allow, we'll be coming to such conversations. Now let's help Ukraine prevail in this war. This is fundamental. And I know that together with our brave, heroic friends, brothers and sisters in Ukraine, we'll be doing that. And then we'll be discussing more about these things, I'm convinced, in the future.
Merci beaucoup. Nous avons encore 7 demandes de questions.
Thank you very much. There are 7 further requests for the floor. Ante Vlacic for Croatia, Audronius Azabalis for Lithuania, Niles Trustee Filbertson for Iceland, Giorgio Alcidi for Italy. Please be brief, very brief, so we can take all questions. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Secretary General, thank you for your speech. Your message was very clear. In my country, Croatia, we have a particular sensitivity regarding the problem of mines and explosives that were left behind after we have liberated our country. As soon as the aggressor was defeated, we had established a huge national demining campaign, which will hopefully bring to an end in 2026. But despite these immense efforts, since 1996, the mines have claimed more than 200 civilian lives, among them some 65 mining technicians alone. In case of Ukraine, for a number of reasons, the demining will be at least a dozen times more devastating effort. In this regard, how realistic option would be if the EU and the NATO would join their efforts in order to help Ukraine with this vast humanitarian problem once when the war is over, and of course to use the experience and expertise of our member countries who had the same problem in the recent past and now have the people, experience, technology and industry in demining. I think we have to plan and prepare ahead. Thank you.
Merci. S'il vous plaît, soyez court. Audronius.
Thank you very much. Be brief, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Deputy Secretary General, from your remarks, I understood that political decisions just regarding Ukraine just after the victory. But let me disagree. The upcoming NATO summit in Vilnius provides an invaluable opportunity for the alliance to deliver on the political track of NATO-Ukraine relations. Security guarantees that are not underpinned by tangible modalities, political modalities, would only generate uncertainty, would not fundamentally address the problem of the gray zones in Europe, and would risk of replicating the sad-known Bucharest Memorandum. Thank you.
Neil Frederiksen d'Islande, s'il vous plaît.
Hello to you. Yes, I know, Madam President, this is quite a difficult name. But my name is Neil Frederiksen, and thank you, Madam President, and Mr. Deputy Secretary General. Our Science and Technology Committee has a report on the protection of critical maritime infrastructure, which I had the pleasure to draft. And Russia's brutal and unprovoked war against Ukraine also has implications for the High North. Many of the submarine cables connecting Europe and North America are located in the North Atlantic seabed. The northern part of Europe is also becoming increasingly important for the production of renewable energy that needs to be transported to other parts of Europe. Furthermore, we are seeing increased activity from Russian ships in our region. My question to you is how the Alliance and Member States can strengthen and improve the protection of our critical maritime infrastructure in the seabed and in the High North.
Merci. Et maintenant, Andrea Giorgio Orsini.
Thank you, Mrs. Andrea Giorgio Orsini from Italy.
I will speak in Italian, so use your headphone. No, you understand? Okay. Vorrei riallacciare la questione giustamente.
I wish to go back to what the Spanish colleague mentioned regarding the alliance's southern flank, and since we have very little time available, I will ask a very clear question. We're currently devoting all of our priorities to the eastern flank, to Ukraine, given the emergency we face. But what we're seeing is that when dealing with the Ukrainian situation, we have plenty of trouble in replenishing our munition stockpiles. Ukraine uses more ammunition than what we can produce, which means that we have a clear issue when it comes to our availability of ammunition. And therefore, given the current situation, is our deterrence capability on the southern flank credible, given the strong presence of Russia and China in Africa? Were there to be an emergency regarding the alliance on the southern flank? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. On the Croatian question, that's a colossal task. Demining Ukraine and making sure that we can help Ukraine rebuild its economy and also its institutions. And in the comprehensive assistance package for Ukraine, the CAP, we have a specific chapter dealing with this. But of course, NATO alone will not be able to be doing this. I know that individual allies, including your country, are helping as we speak Ukraine into this. I know that Italian allies are offering demining in the Black Sea because they're also not only land mines, it's also Black Sea mines that are also very dangerous. So what I can say that probably this will be one of the most massive efforts in helping Ukraine the long term from NATO, from individual countries, from the EU, and from others. That's a colossal task, and the experience that you have from previous conflicts will be very valuable, and we are ready to learn and eventually leverage what allies can offer individually as well. On Lithuania, I didn't say that Vilnius, dear Mr. Chairman, that Vilnius will just be a repetition of the Bucharest Summit Declaration. Our leaders will decide what will be one of these steps towards moving Ukraine even closer to us. I'm a political person, and I see a reality in the alliance. We don't have consensus now to move now towards that direction, but I see consensus in the alliance forming for us to be moving in practical terms, through CAP, in political terms, through, if it's possible, why not upgrade the Commission into a council or things like that. It's on the table. So I know that this will be a very important conversation in Oslo, just I think next week. Our foreign ministers, your foreign ministers, and of course our leaders will be deciding. You know, Jens Stoltenberg and myself, how much we are pressing for Ukraine getting closer to us. And of course the lesson of the Budapest Memorandum, not Bucharest, is also of course relevant to our Ukrainian friends and to us. So we have to make sure that we are looking in that part as well. To our Icelandic allies, thank you so much for what you do for our alliance. It's very clear that also after the sabotage acts against Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipelines, there is a need for increased vigilance and resilience from NATO. As we speak, we are establishing a task force in NATO on undersea critical infrastructures. I think you have seen Jens Stoltenberg and Ursula von der Leyen on an oil rig somewhere in the Northern Sea. And together with you, we established a joint task force on resilience, including on issues like these. We are working in this task force not only with governments and our defense and our intelligence, but also with the private sector. I remember chairing a council in Brussels, and we invited the CEO of the Norwegian oil and gas company, the CEO of the Swedish electricity company, and the chief engineer of Google, the largest owner of fiber optics under the seabelt cable system for data transmission in the world. So I can assure you that we are taking these things very seriously. Of course, the hard north, it's beyond AOR's, SACEUR's AOR, but we also are concerned about increased Russian activity in that part. So we are doing our best. There was a question about, I think, also on the Black Sea side, there's also lots of potential undersea infrastructures that can be developed, and I think NATO can and should play a role in that direction too. Now, molto grazie per la questione dei nostri amici.
And thank you very much for the question from our Italian friends and allies.
For us, it's not a matter that we do east or south, or space or cyberspace, or technology or resilience, or climate change and security. It's all of them at the same time. I know it's a colossal task for all of us, but I wanted to reassure and reconfirm our strong interest in investing in our partnerships to the south. The more resilient our partners to the south are, the more secure Europe is. And if we all agreed on the strategic concept last year, you see that we put Russia and terrorism as the #1 on equal footing. Corporate security is also part of the core task. So what I'm saying that we are investing a lot of political energy, help me get a little bit more cash. And also to have more synergies with other efforts, individual national efforts, EU, NATO, or whoever else, World Bank, just to make sure that we have a comprehensive package to assist our friends and partners to the south. So for us, it's not a either or, it's eastern flank, southern flank, and the new definition of security in one comprehensive package for our lands.
Monsieur le Secrétaire Général Délégué,
Mr. Deputy Secretary General, that we'll take the last two questions. The first one is from Turkey, Ahmet Konkar, and then the second one from Philippe Folliot from France. Ahmet.
Madam President, thank you very much, Assistant Secretary General, for your presentation. The security situation in NATO's southern borders remains complex and volatile. Ongoing conflicts and political instability continue to pose significant challenges to peace and stability in our region. Factors such as terrorism, sectarian tensions, proxy wars further sharpen the security concerns. What concrete steps is NATO taking to enhance regional security in light of the ongoing geopolitical challenges in our vicinity, particularly regarding the developments in Syria and the increasing threat of terrorism? How can NATO ensure effective coordination and cooperation with Turkey, a key NATO ally in the region, to address these security concerns and prevent any further destabilization? Thank you very much.
Philippe Folliot.
Mr. Deputy Secretary General, the shock of the war in Ukraine found an answer in a new strategic concept of our alliance. Some of the aspects of that illegal and unjustified aggression have stunned us. Russia did not do great on cyber. I suppose it is due to the inventiveness and the resilience of the Ukrainian forces, but it's also most probably due to the support provided by our alliance. The Center of Excellence on Cyber Defense in cooperation at NATO accepted through unanimity voting to have Ukraine join as a participating and contributing nation in 2022. This became a fact last week. We welcome that. Don't you think we could also support Ukraine by opening our doors to other centers of excellence of the EU, and in the case of a positive answer, which centers of excellence? TSG.
I'd like to thank you and the colleagues that have been leading and participating in the Parliamentary Assembly delegation. I know there are rules in your country about a limited period of time serving in the parliament from various political parties. Turkey is a very important ally. There's an understatement, strategically speaking. There's no other ally that has been suffering more terrorist attacks than your nation. And of course, not only when it comes to Turkey, but to all the allies, fighting terrorism is a very important task, and this is why we appreciate very much your contribution and your continuous political encouragement for NATO to do more, and of course we'll be looking into this. On the southern part, I mentioned this will be probably critical for the balance of power and the shape of the world order that is now under strain, and we know that. Let me also make use of my answer to you that I do hope that together with our Swedish invitees, the new Turkish parliament will be able to find the right, appropriate, mutually acceptable conditions for have 32 allies around the table. En ce qui concerne les centres d'excellence de l'OTAN.
With regards to the centers of excellence of NATO, they are top quality, high level centers. The Cyber Center of Excellence is in Tallinn, and I welcome the fact that Ukraine has been welcomed into that Center of Excellence, and I welcome the fact that it could join all those centers of excellence that would welcome Ukraine, provided that allies agree. I think it would be very important for Ukraine to be involved in those centers of excellence. And allow me to say to our Canadian allies that we do appreciate very much the offer by Canada to have a center of excellence of NATO on climate change and security. It's probably not something that Ukraine could join immediately, of course not, but it means another addition to a wonderful network of Center of Excellence. And actually, it's General Lavigne, our SACT, who manages those Centers of Excellence. And I would welcome the fact that Ukraine could join into these Centers of Excellence to benefit from the resources of our alliances through Centers of Excellence. Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary General, for your detailed answers. Thank you to all of my colleagues who haven't been concise in your questions. We managed to stick to schedule, which is quite something. So allow me now to ask Nico Falcoy to come and replace me during the debate on resolutions. Thank you very much, Nico, and thank you to all of you, and see you in a minute.
Okay, dear colleagues, we now come to the two draft declarations as agreed by the Standing Committee on Friday. The declaration and amendments are available on SharePoint and in the hard copy. After each draft declaration has been presented, I propose a time limit of 1 minute for other speakers and for anyone presenting amendments. So we now come to the draft declaration on a new NATO in an age of strategic competition, accelerating NATO's adaptation at the Vilnius summit. 6 amendments have been tabled to this draft declaration. I call Linda Sanchez of the United States, Vice President of the Assembly, to present the draft declaration. Linda, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Nicu. We've just heard from NATO's Deputy Secretary General. In less than 2 months, NATO heads of state and government will meet in Vilnius to reaffirm NATO's support for Ukraine, review progress in adapting the alliance to Russia's threat and to the broad range of threats and challenges facing allies. In a moment, we will consider Michael's resolution, which includes a detailed set of recommendations for how NATO and individual allies can support Ukraine even more. The declaration I am presenting focuses on NATO's own adoption and includes 2 main priorities: how to operationalize NATO's commitment to shared democratic values, and how to accelerate work across NATO's 3 core tasks of deterrence and defense, crisis prevention and management, and cooperative security. First, the Vilnius summit must direct NATO to put in place concrete architecture, concrete tools and mechanisms to operationalize the renewed commitment to shared democratic values in the new strategic concept. The commitment cannot remain purely rhetorical. We must continue to press for the establishment of a Democratic Resilience Center at NATO headquarters. Second, the summit must accelerate work to adopt NATO to Russia's threat, starting with the ongoing strengthening of NATO's deterrence and defense posture, particularly along the eastern flank. At the same time, the summit must enhance NATO's capacity to respond to other threats and challenges coming from all directions. China's growing assertiveness, terrorism, hybrid and cyber challenges, the proliferation of nuclear and other advanced and potentially destabilizing technologies, food and energy insecurity, as well as climate change. Increasing our resilience within the alliance is a critical aspect on most of these threats and challenges. In particular, we should reduce strategic vulnerabilities and dependencies, notably with respect to allied critical infrastructure, supply chains, and energy and health sectors. In this challenging environment, the Vilnius summit needs to agree to new defense spending and investment commitments beyond 2024, exceeding a minimum investment level of 2% of GDP for defense. Last but not least, our declaration welcomes Finland's accession, and we make clear that we must bring in Sweden too, before the Vilnius summit. Sweden belongs in our family, and their membership, like Finland's, will make NATO stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. Does anyone else wish to speak in general on the draft declaration? Okay, no one. We start with the amendment 1 in the name of Irakli Beraya, head of the Georgian delegation. Irakli, would you like to present the amendment 1, please?
Thank you, Chair. Let me thank the rapporteur for drafting an excellent declaration, which is a very important document, very timely document, and sends a very clear message across the entire Euro-Atlantic community to friends, to the allies, as well as to rivals and adversaries of the Euro-Atlantic community. What we are proposing in paragraph 6 is that after the words aggression against Ukraine to insert as well as the continued illegal occupation of Abkhazia and South Ossetia/Skin Valley regions of Georgia. This is the language which is emphasized in every declarations and resolutions of this assembly, of other international fora, and it also will be a strong reminder that Georgia was the first one to experience Russia's full-scale military aggression, and that its sovereignty and territorial integrity is still unfortunately breached and condemned. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Linda, I understand you support this amendment. Would you like to respond?
I do support the amendment from my colleague from Georgia. This assembly has always condemned the illegal occupation of the Abkhazia and Ossetia regions. Therefore, I do support this amendment and accept it.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak on this amendment? If no, I shall put the amendment 1 to the vote. All those in favor of amendment 1, please raise your voting cards. Thank you. Those against? Abstention? No one. Unanimity. Thank you. We now come to Amendment 2 in the name of Andres Johnson from Iceland. Andres, would you like to present your amendments?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is an amendment put forward by myself and 4 other members. Melle Spelleberger from Germany, Roderick de Muys from Belgium, Rachel Blaney from Canada, and David Stöckmüller from Austria. First, I would like to recognize the statements made in the draft resolution regarding Russia's reckless nuclear rhetoric and action. This has put the issue of disarmament high on the agenda, and here it's very important that we be clear, to quote a statement made by the leaders of the G20 in November, the use or threat of use of nuclear weapons is inadmissible. The draft resolution already refers to this rhetoric of Russia and its actions, the suspension of the New START treaty and the dangerous escalation presented by plans to put in place a nuclear sharing arrangement with Belarus. What we're suggesting is to add to this and strengthen the document's denouncement of Russia's actions regarding nuclear weapons. To underline that our ultimate goal is a world without nuclear weapons, it's suggested to add a statement to the final paragraph, reaffirming our commitment to pursue nuclear disarmament and proliferation. The amendment also reminds us that the strategic concept states that as long as nuclear weapons exist, NATO will remain a nuclear alliance, a text you know well. To move forward to a world without nuclear weapons, we need practical steps and effective measures, and I put it before this assembly to urge our nation's leaders to take these steps to ensure our collective security.
A little bit of time.
Sorry, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, Linda, I understand you don't support this amendment. Please, would you like to respond?
Yeah, respectfully, I must reject this amendment. I certainly appreciate the importance of non-proliferation and arms control efforts, and this is something that we as an alliance remain committed to. But we need to be very clear about today's security environment, which has radically changed and in which one of the world's largest nuclear powers, Russia, is waging a brutal war in Europe, has violated numerous arms control and non-proliferation agreements, and on an almost daily basis threatens to use its nuclear weapons. We should be very clear on the fact that NATO's nuclear capability is, and I'm quoting the strategic concepts paragraph, the supreme guarantee of the security of the alliance. I'm concerned that the wording of this amendment, specifically using the phrase bearing in mind, is too neutral on a fundamental aspect of NATO's deterrence and defense posture, and that all 30 allies at the time agreed to endorse this language in the new strategic concept.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Would anyone else to speak to this amendment? Yes, Mike, please.
I would recommend that everyone vote no. This is a very inappropriate amendment in the manner in which it is structured. We had negotiations with the author of the amendment, and they made it clear that they're actually opposed to the language in our strategic concept. Our strategic concept mentions nuclear weapons 7 times. I would love to vote on a resolution that disarms Russia, but that's not going to happen. We don't have the ability to do that. It's unrealistic. We need to make certain as an alliance that we firmly state our understanding of our commitment to being an alliance that has nuclear deterrence. And so I would ask that the amendment be voted down.
Thank you, Mike. Zaida?
Muchas gracias, Speaker.
We, in the same line of what Mike Turner has just said, in the current context, in the current context, in the midst of a war, this message is not in line with the strategic concept signed by all our governments in the last summit in Madrid. We do want to work towards a weapons-free world, but this is utopian right now. It's not realistic. And and to dismount the nuclear deterrence posture of NATO would be to disarm ourselves versus Russia and the current situation. It would be a message of weakness, in our opinion. Yes, we do agree with the non-proliferation of weapons. Of course, we agree with arms control. But to say that we are to disarm right now in the current conflict, in the current context, I'm sorry, and how it goes against the current strategic concept agreed barely a year ago.
Thank you, Zaid. Philippe Folio. Philippe.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. This topic is highly sensitive, of course. We do understand the willingness of the drafters of the amendment, but I entirely share the view of our rapporteur. We fully subscribe at the French delegation to what she said. We also fully subscribe to what Mike Turner and others have just said. It doesn't seem to be the right time to put this in writing. It is a sensitive issue, but we have to be realistic and reasonable. Nuclear weapons, well, Russia has nuclear weapons. Russia has always said that it would keep them as a deterrent, and it would only be a last resort. Let us hope so. Let us really hope so. But as things now stand, the alliance must not, in view of the other countries that own nuclear weapons, the alliance must not back down. It is a key.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm fully supportive of the rapporteur on this and the comments that have been made. We mustn't overlook what China are currently doing in expansion of their nuclear arsenal. One hopes that there will come a point when China wants to come to the table for negotiations of non-proliferation, but we're not at that stage. And I share the sentiment of what the authors of the amendment want to achieve, but I think as we've heard, it's inappropriate at this time, and we must bear in mind China. But I hope that the amendment would actually be withdrawn rather than us have to vote on this. But I think, listening to the room, most members are of a similar opinion.
Okay, thank you very much. It seems that there are no other speakers.
Grazie, non mi sembra che ci sono altri che hanno chiesto la parola. Andre, vuoi ritirare questo emendamento? Quindi, prego. Grazie, parlo tedesco.
Thank you very much. I'll be speaking English, so please use your headphones if necessary. Of course, we would like all nuclear weapons to disappear from the face of the earth. We all would like to see this happen. This threat to humankind disappearing from the face of the earth. But this is not realistic because many powers are moving in the opposite direction. China has been mentioned, Russia obviously, but there are other countries trying to develop nuclear weapons and maybe even willing to use them. So in this current situation, it will not be possible to have negotiations here because at least 3 or 4 nuclear-armed countries have openly stated that they are not willing to negotiate. And that's why we believe this is the wrong moment in time to focus on this issue. On the contrary, we have to show strength in order to prevent nuclear weapons from being used. And that is why we support the rapporteur.
Thank you very much. So we are going to Andres. Andres, would you like to to withdraw this amendment or not?
I would like to. Thank you.
Sorry?
A vote. Thank you.
A vote. Okay. So I shall put Amendment 2 to the vote. All those in favor of Amendment 2, please raise your cards. Okay, those against? Abstention? So the majority is very clear. We go to the Amendment 3. So we start with Amendment 3 in the name of Alex Shelbrook, head of the UK delegation. Alec, would you like to present your amendment, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to defer to John Speller.
Thank you, Alec and Chair. There has always been some linkage between terrorist groups and crime, but what we've been seeing more recently is the escalation of that. However, there's also been a tendency to treat crime as a policing matter and terrorism as a counterintelligence or indeed security matter. But that distinction is being significantly blurred. We've been aware for a long while of the criminal activities of Hezbollah in South America and in other parts of the world. Just in the last month in the UK, we've had a major exposure of links between an Irish UK significant organised crime cartel and terrorist groups, particularly with money laundering. We think we need to escalate that issue so that these are treated as a collective issue and one in which we can't just have a siloed approach, but we actually need coordinated action.
Thank you very much. Linda, I understand you support this amendment. Would you like to respond?
I would. The links between organized crime and terrorist organizations are indeed a cause of increasing concern. Therefore, I do fully support this amendment and urge its adoption.
Okay, would anybody else like to speak on this amendment? No, I shall put now the Amendment 3 to the vote. All those in favor of Amendment 3, please raise your cards. Thank you. Those against? Abstention? Thank you very much. The amendment has been approved. Now we come to the Amendment 4 in the name of Lorenzo Cessa, head of the Italian delegation. Lorenzo, would you like to present your amendment, please?
Sì, grazie. I speak. Sì.
Yes, thank you. I'll be speaking Italian to explain the can you hear the translation? Because we didn't have the translation previously. I just wanted to explain. The amendment which the Italian delegation presented collectively. First of all, I'd like to repeat a fact. Italy has committed itself to achieve 2% within a few years and to adapt to the new decision which we have been taking here. But what's the point of our amendment? It is better to clarify the way in which expenditure, which is considered to be part of this 2%, are considered. And that's the reason why we presented this amendment. Now, I'd just like to know whether if the new challenges, which I've heard many people speak of today, like cybersecurity and climate change issues and defense against terrorism, if these things need to be included in this 2%. So it's not an Italian issue, it's an issue which concerns everybody. Understand how we compute this 2%, which will become 3%. So I just wanted to suggest something, if this is possible. Chairman. If I can change my proposal and make it even simpler, I'd like to read the text of what I would suggest. So, approve new commitments of expenditure and investment in defence beyond 2024, but going beyond the 2% of GDP for defence. So we maintain what's in the document, basing ourselves on all three elements of the commitment for investment of the Wales principle. First, three C's: costs, capacity, and contributions. This is the change which I'm suggesting, which is actually a change on what I presented previously. I had a number of conversations with other delegations, and I realized that there was possibility of making this change if my amendment was not accepted. So I'm now suggesting this new amendment.
Linda, I understand you do not support these amendments and you do not support the oral amendments. So would you like to explain?
I do not, respectfully. We have an amendment before us for consideration, and I'm not going to entertain the alternative language. We had discussions about this language ahead of time. It was not brought to us. So I'm not going to open it up for discussion on the suggested change. I will open it up for discussion on the amendment as it was submitted. And with respect to the amendment as it was submitted, I reject that amendment, and I do not want to diminish the importance of investing into national security and resilience outside of our defense budgets. But over the last few days, we have extensively discussed strengthening resilience, combating disinformation, securing critical infrastructure and supplies, and boosting investments in emerging and disruptive technologies. All of that costs money, and I'm well aware of that, but those are expenses on top of the money that we spend on defense. As this declaration makes clear, we are faced with a radically changed security environment, which I mentioned earlier, and we must step up and exceed a minimum investment level of 2% of GDP for defense. That was agreed to in Wales, in the Wales Pledge. It was not something that was imposed. It was something that the member countries agreed on. So I respectfully reject the author's amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Okay, Lorenzo, seems that you have something to say also, but please, 1 minute.
Yes. Just like to repeat what I'm trying to do with this initiative, reopening a discussion on this issue and trying to understand how this 2%, 2.5% is determined. So we will withdraw the amendment. There's no point to move to a vote.
So, okay, as long as you want to withdraw this amendment, is everyone content for the amendment to be withdrawn? Yes? Okay, thank you very much. We move forward. Amendments 5 and 6, now we are come to these amendments, which are both to subparagraph 17 and are both in the name of Irakli Beraya, head of the Georgian delegation. Irakli, please.
Thank you, Chair. So we have two amendments here. The first one is that after the words Moldova, while continuing to insert one word. This is the word actively, which in our judgment would add a stronger spirit to supportive language that is mentioned here with regards to the states mentioned in the paragraph. And the second few words are that at the end of subparagraph to insert the words as well as moving Georgia forward towards eventual NATO membership. This is very important as Wales. This is the language of the Wales summit, which is founded on the decision of the Bucharest summit, repeated in all the subsequent summit communiques. And it would demonstrate that the allies are clear, ambitious, and serious, straightforward in their intentions to support advanced and like-minded democracies and aspirants like Georgia. Thank you.
Linda, I understand you support the Amendment 5 and have a counter proposal for Amendment 6, so would you like to explain?
Yes, I do. I do support amendment number 5. I fully support making it clear that our support of Georgia should be active, and that's exactly what I wanted to express when I called to quickly implement enhanced tailored support packages. So I do support that amendment. With respect to amendment number 6, I would propose rewording it to clarify that it is, of course, up to Georgia to fulfill the necessary conditions for eventual NATO membership. We're very happy to support Georgia on this path. Therefore, I would propose the following wording, which is just a slight change. I would change the wording to, as well as support Georgia in taking steps towards eventual NATO membership. So that paragraph 17S would read in full, to quickly implement enhanced tailored support packages for Bosnia and Herzegovina, Georgia, and the Republic of Moldova, while continuing to actively support the Euro-Atlantic integration of Georgia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as support Georgia in taking steps towards eventual NATO membership.
Thank you very much. That is acceptable. We appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this amendment? No one, so I shall put Amendment 5 to the vote. All those in favor of Amendment 5, please raise your card. Thank you very much. Those against? Abstention? Thank you. The amendment passed. I shall put now the proposal of Linda for the Amendment 5 to the vote. All those in
Amendment 6.
Amendment 6 to the vote. All those in favor of the proposal, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. Those against? Abstention? The amendment passed. Okay. We'll now vote on the draft of declaration at amended. Those in favor, please raise your voting cards. Okay, those against? Abstention? Unanimity. Congratulations, Linda. So we now come to the draft declaration, united and resolute in support of Ukraine. 5 amendments have been tabled to this draft declaration. I call Michal Szczerba of Poland, Vice President of NATO Parliamentary Assembly, to present the draft declaration. Michal, please.
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Chair, dear Ukrainian friends and partners, dear colleagues, this session should display the strength and unity of Parliamentary Assembly of NATO, and we must send clear message. This assembly, this alliance must again and again reaffirm our unwavering support to Ukraine, and we must sustain the support for as long as it takes for Ukraine to prevail, but also to restore in full its territorial integrity. We are standing firmly with Ukraine and with Ukrainian people. And also we recognize that by standing up to Russia's military aggression, Ukraine makes a significant contribution to Euro-Atlantic security. We must ensure Ukraine has what it needs to succeed on the battlefield by further stepping up and speeding up deliveries of military equipment of all kinds. We have to know that only full Ukrainian victory can offer a chance to just and stable peace. Full Ukrainian victory and Russia's strategic defeat. And we must continue to expand massive, crippling, sustained sanctions. We must also to expel Russian diplomats engaged in hostile activities. But first of all, dear colleagues, we must also look to the future. We will do this today, and I hope our heads of state and government will do the same in Vilnius. On practical level, the Vilnius summit must recommit to all aspects of allied and NATO support. This support must be increased, accelerated, and sustained, including through a strategic multi-year NATO assistance program. But allied leaders must also send a clear political signal I ask for. It's our obligation. It's the alliance credibility. They must reconfirm that Ukraine's rightful place is in NATO, that Ukraine will become a NATO member, that allies will assist Ukraine to fulfill the necessary conditions along the clear path towards accession, and that Ukraine has achieved significant strides along the membership path. Then, they must further strengthen Ukraine's membership path, take the next significant, I want to repeat it, significant steps, and reaffirm their active support. The day will come that Ukraine becomes a NATO member. The day will come that Ukraine becomes a NATO member, I'm sure. But after the war ends and until that day arrives, Ukraine needs robust security arrangements to help deter future aggressions. Beyond Vilnius, we must help reconstruct Ukraine's economy and consolidate its democracy. A comprehensive aid program akin to Marshall Plan should be in part financed through reparation and compensation mechanism, and possibly by using frozen Russian assets. Russia's war of aggression, its terrorist actions and its crimes must have consequences. The Russian terrorist regime, its co-aggressors in Belarus, and all other perpetrators must be held accountable for crime of aggression, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and possible acts of genocide. A special tribunal must be established. We must also denounce those who support Russia and call out those who might be thinking about it: Belarus, Iran, North Korea, and others. Any provisions of lethal aid by China would be a historic mistake with profound implications. Ukraine expects a clear message regarding modalities of its membership, and we should continue pursuing this issue to reach consensus on the best response we can offer to Ukraine. Our Assembly has an important role in bringing Ukraine closer to the full membership status. And I promise you, our Ukrainian colleagues and partners and friends, will stay the course. Thank you very much, and I would like to also inform you that 5 amendments was prepared, and we will discuss it later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mikhail. Okay, does anyone else to speak on in general on the draft declaration? No. We start with Amendment 1 in the name of Yehor CHERNIEV, head of the Ukrainian delegation. Yehor, would you like to present Amendment 1, please? You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Nico. Thank you, first of all, to Mikhail. It's a brilliant, strong, and comprehensive declaration. Thank you for the standing committee who has already supported it. But we have some small amendments, and I would ask you to vote for them. First, it's amendment to the paragraph 14, where we are talking about the warrant of arrest for Vladimir Putin because of deportation of children from the territory of Ukraine to the Russian Federation. We just want to link it to the legal base, and because this warrant was issued because of this convention, and we have asked to put actually, which is an act of genocide according to the UN Convention of the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide of 1948, to this paragraph in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Yehor. Mikhail, I understand you wish to propose an alternative.
I would like to say that I fully support the spirit of this amendment, but I would like to clarify it by using the exact terms of the Genocide Convention. And if you agree, after the words "in prejudice of Ukrainian children," I would propose to add, and noting that the forcible transfer of children from one group to another group with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial or religious group is an act of genocide according to the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide of 1948. So this is my proposal and I hope it will contribute and it will improve our declaration. And thank you, Yehor, for this amendment.
So, Yehor, as I understand, you agree with this proposal, yes?
We are okay with it, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I shall now put the proposal to the vote. All those in favor of the proposal, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. Those against? Abstention? Okay, the proposal passed. We now come to Amendment 2, again in the name of Yehor CHERNIEV. Yehor?
I will pass the floor to Solomia Bobrovska.
Okay.
Dear colleagues, that's amendment to paragraph 20. After the words denouncing, to insert the ideology and practices of Russianism. And I encourage all of you to start practicing to use term Russianism to the ideology, which actually is the basement for which Russia now is using and spreading. We had an appeal from Ukrainian Parliament to NATO PA as well, to all of your parliaments to start to use this wording, to use this term as a name of all of the Putin's regime during the last 20 years, and especially of the last big, great invasion to Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Mikhail, I understand you have an alternative proposal, please.
Yes, as previously, I fully support the spirit of this amendment, but I would like also to suggest a slight rewarding. I hope our Ukrainian colleagues can accept this. So the new paragraph 20 will be denouncing Russia's employment of hunger as a weapon as part of its ideology and practices of Russianism, and stressing the ongoing importance of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, brokered by the United Nations and Turkey, to global food security. That's all.
So thank you very much. As I understand, you agree with the proposal, so I shall put the proposal to... So, sorry, please.
Yes, sorry, and I just want to intervene on this because I never heard about Russianism. I know Nazism, I know fascism, of course, and I think it's trying to put that in the same sphere. For me, the war is not against, we're not fighting against Russia. Russia is a country. So Russianism, it's like, it means that like Russia is, the regime is awful, and we're fighting the regime. The regime started a fight with us, actually, and we're fighting back. But it's not Russia, it is the regime. So using the name of a country who will be there forever, because the country is where it is, it's difficult. Sorry, it's not like fascism, okay, it's an ideology, but it's not a country, fascism. There's not such country as, what, fascio country or so? So Russia, for me, it's important to make a difference between Russia as a country and the regime, the awful, cruel regime who are attacking our people in Ukraine. That's not the same. So, you know what I mean? I think it's very delicate to put that all on one big pile. There's a lot of people in Russia not supporting what Putin is doing.
Thank you very much, Mikhail. I understand you want to respond?
Yes, I would like all of you to encourage and to accept my proposal. First of all, the term already exists, and it refers not to Russian Federation, it refers to the Russia's terrorist regime, which already which exists in this country. So we call this regime a terrorist one, where we put this into declaration about in different paragraphs showing war crimes, genocide, this kind of activities which refers to the term. So if our Ukrainian colleagues and friends want this term to be used and they understand it as me, I would suggest and I would strongly recommend to put Russianism as something we don't like.
Sorry. Yes, please.
We are going back to Solomia because she wants to give an answer for 1 minute, please, and after that we go back to you.
First of all, I just want to emphasize, we are fighting against Russia. And more than 80% of Russian population is fighting against Ukrainian population, cutting the heads of our guys, raping our women, not giving them a possibility to give birth. And unfortunately, this Belgian delegation do not know still here in this, in this room. That's the first thing. The second one, you didn't know about the Nazism or fascism before it appears. Now Russianism appears, and we have to face and tell and condemn this ideology, as we didn't do this with the Bolshevism, the ideology which actually killed millions and millions of people who lived in the Eastern Europe. Thank you.
So I'm going back to you, but for 1 minute, please, not more.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I don't need to take lessons on what Belgian delegation knows or not know. We always supported the war. We always supported Ukraine. We're one of the biggest supporters, and I have an amendment, the next amendment about Wagner. So please don't do that. Second, when it's Russian fascism, call it Russian fascism. Call it Russian or call it fascism. Why does Russia needs to be in? We need, one day or another, we need to find a new consensus with that country. Yeah? Maybe not now, maybe not in 10 years, but finally, that's, yeah,
what
but
kind
that's
of consensus?
actually what's happening. Sorry. And I have the right to speak as well. Huh? Yeah. We're founding father of the NATO, excuse me.
Okay, we have another person who wants to speak. Andronius, please.
Thank you,
1 minute,
Mr. Chairman.
if it's possible.
I just want to, dear colleagues, I want to a little bit explain that this word coming from the Russian ideology, which is created by a sad known scientist, let's say so, Dugin. It's a Russian world. Actually, Russian world means that every country in which there lives one or another Russian national, it means it's a right sphere of Russia's influence, shortly talking. And that is an aggressive ideology which is based on the Russian national supremacy against other nations. And this is a wide-known term, and of course it's nothing has to do with the word Russia. Russia, it's Russia, but this is a Russism, which shows the new form of the supremacy of Russian nationalists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, would anyone else like to speak on these amendments? Yes, please. From Montenegro.
The support of Ukraine is without any doubt, and everything which is in favor of strengthening Ukraine is extremely important. But I wouldn't play with the words. And I do think that if we need here some explanation about the word, what explanation would need the word, and whether we shall make enemies of all Russian people, because most of them, I'm quite sure, is against Putin regime at the moment. Maybe we can put something like Putinism. and put the name of the person, not the name of the country.
Thank you very much. Seems that Zaida want to take the floor a little bit. Zaida, please, 1 minute if it's possible, 1 minute.
Very short.
I do wish to apologize, dear colleagues, but we're entering into a terminological debate that isn't new. But this terminology, this term, goes back to the Russian war against Chechnya, and it's used by very many think tanks, not only in Spain, but also in think tanks all over the world. And that's how the word is defined, Russism. It's a word that arises from, or a combination of the word Russia and fascism, and it refers to the expansionist policy of that country because of its military interventions in Chechnya, afterwards in Georgia, in Moldova, or the Ukraine. And it also criticized Vladimir Putin's governing style. And it's not my definition, it's a definition defined by think tanks. It's been used for very many years now. If now we're going to start a dialogue on the meaning of a word, a term that think tanks have been using in foreign policy for a long time now, I think we would need a dictionary every time we spoke. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zaida. Alexander, Ukraine.
Yeah, thank you, dear colleagues. I completely agree with my colleague from Spain. The term has been around for many years. It is used by such famous intellectuals as Snyder, for example, and others. And this term basically means a kind of Russian fascism. It's very simple. And we should use it because this ideology is very dangerous. It's a source of Russian aggression. If we don't denounce this ideology, we don't denounce the ideological roots of Russian aggression. That's why it's so important. And besides, there is an appeal resolution of the Ukrainian parliament addressing you and asking you to denounce this ideology of Russism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seems that we have Julie from Canada.
I just have a point of information. Michael, you had proposed an amendment to this. Could you just repeat what you are proposing, please?
Yes, Julie. The new paragraph will be denouncing Russia's employment of hunger as a weapon, as part of its ideology and practices of Russism, and stressing the ongoing importance of the Black Sea Grain Initiative brokered by the United Nations and Turkey to global food security. So, okay, but probably you have 1 minute during this discussion to put a word Russism to Wikipedia. Yes, and if I may contribute to this discussion, in Wikipedia it is that Russism is a term used by a number of scholars, politicians, and publicists to describe the political ideology and social practices of the Russian state during the rule of Vladimir Putin. Yes. And Russism, it combines two words, Russian and fascism. So it means Russian fascism, and all of us understands what it means.
Okay, Sven Clement from Luxembourg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again for the clarification of the term. I also opened the same Wikipedia article, and I think what could solve the issue here would be to use, instead of Russism in the translated form, the transliterated form, which clearly says Russism with RA instead of RU, the same as it's on the Wikipedia article as an alternative written form, because that makes a clear reference to fascism. Okay. That could be maybe a compromise to use the term clearly denominating the Russian regime as a fascist regime, but at the same time maintaining the meaning of the amendment proposed by the Ukrainian delegation.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have two new speakers, but I propose you to close the list, otherwise we're gonna stay here for all the day. Cheryl from Canada and Theo from Belgium after that.
So to Theo's point, even if you spell it with an A, the way you're saying it, it comes out Russism. We had a similar situation in Canada where we're saying foreign agents, but it's to an Asian person, it sounds we were opposed to foreign Asians. So they're hearing Russian, you're saying Russism. It's partly in the pronunciation, maybe a better word should be found.
Theo, 1 minute, please.
Yes, to be very clear on my points, first of all, I think it's a good, very good resolution. And we introduced even amendments from the Belgian delegation to make it even stronger, the signal stronger against the regime in Moscow. That be very, very clear. This is not a debate. But I think that Russism as a term, it's not have been in texts or resolutions of NATO PA. I never saw it. For me, it's the first time I see it. Maybe it's existing like an ideology. It's on Wikipedia, that's an old thing, no? But it's never been in a resolution. So that's what was my point about. I'm surprised that it's here, and for me, it's important that we make the difference between the regime and the country. That's all. That's my point. Thank you.
So, Mikhail, you maintain your point?
We just have to start using this word here in NATO PA resolution somehow, and that's okay to have this a beginning. We just discussed Applebaum, Snyder, the whole lines of the historians who are working at this wording, using, and that's a high time for NATO PA to be very concrete in the ideologies terms.
Thank you very much. So we stop here. I shall now put the proposal to the vote. So all those in favor of the proposal that Mikhail made it, please raise your voting card. Okay, those against? One there, two. Okay. Abstention? 1, 2. Thank you very much. The proposal passed. We now come to Amendment 3, again in the name of Yehor CHERNIEV. Yehor, would you like to present amendment, please? Or somebody else from...
Yeah, just to clarify, we would just want to clarify the term as long as it takes, the support as long as it takes, and to add after the words to prevail and restore in full its territorial integrity. I think we have the common view what is the victory of Ukraine and what it be to restore, first of all, international law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Michael, I understand you support this amendment.
Yeah, I fully support this amendment. I ask you to support this. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak on this amendment? Yes, Julie, please.
Can I just ask a quick question? In the beginning part of 25A, a second sentence there, it says it's independence, territorial integrity, sovereignty, right to self-defense. So we're just mentioning it twice because we feel it is very important for us to double say it, which I'm fine with, but I just want to make sure that we recognize that's what we're doing.
We want to make it clear, so we want to repeat it, not only.
Okay, seems that is no one else. I shall put the Amendment 3 to the vote. All those in favor of Amendment 3, please raise your cards. Okay, thank you. Against? Abstention? Amendment passed. Amendment 4. In the name of Theo Franken, head of the Belgian delegation. Theo, please present us the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to defend my amendment, our amendment. It's about Wagner Group. As we know, the Wagner Group is very active, not only in Ukraine, but pretty much in all over the world, actually in the south, also very aggressive in Mali, Burkina Faso, and all other places. So I think the time has come to really identify that as a threat and Wagner as a criminal and terrorist organization. So my amendment is to explicitly recognize the Wagner Group as a criminal and terrorist organization and to firmly condemn its actions in Ukraine and other parts of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Theo. So, Mikhail, I understand you support this amendment.
Yes, I fully recommend this amendment, and I would like also to say that already the French National Assembly has just called upon the EU to designate them, Wagner Group, as a terrorist organization. So it will contribute to our declaration, and thank you for this.
Okay. Would anyone else like to speak on this amendment? So no one. I shall now put. Oh, sorry. Yes, please.
Just short word that thank you. We support this amendment. Thank you, Belgium, for this amendment. It makes stronger this declaration. Thank you.
Okay, I shall now put Amendment 4 to the vote. Those in favor of Amendment 4, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. Against? Abstention? The amendment passed. Amendment 5 in the name of Yehor CHERNIEV also, head of Ukrainian delegation. Yehor?
Yeah, thank you.
The
final amendment from our side, I think the final amendment in this declaration, we understand that Ukraine will need some security guarantees after the end of this war, after the victory, before we became a member of NATO. And from our side, we offered different types of these security guarantees, for example, like Kiev Security Compact and other one, to our partners. That's why we are asking to use these words also in this declaration and put the following: firm future security guarantees in the paragraph 25G. Thank you.
Thank you, Yehor. Mikhail, I understand you support this amendment.
Yes, I fully recommend this amendment. It makes a good clarification what we think. Thank you.
Okay, someone else want to speak on this amendment? No, thank you. I shall now put Amendment 5 to the vote. All those in favor of Amendment 5, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. Against? Abstention? Thank you. Amendment 5 passed. So now we'll vote on the draft declaration amendment. Those in favor, please raise your voting card. Thank you very much. Those against? Abstention? Unanimity? Thank you very much.
Can I say something?
Yes, of course.
I would like to thank all delegations for their contribution. We have a strong message before Vilnius summit, and I thank you for the unity and strength our assembly demonstrated today. Thank you very much.
Okay, we now come to the proposed amendments to the rules of procedure. Madam President, I invite you to present the proposed changes to the rule of procedure, please.
You stay here, you're still chairing this. Yes.
Okay.
Mes chers collègues, tout d'abord, je voudrais remercier Nico.
Dear colleagues, I would like first of all to thank Niku for his excellent work. Thank you very much for handling the chair and for these items on the agenda. I would like now to present the amendments that are already adopted by the Standing Committee. We'd already decided how many seats should be granted to the Finnish delegation. That was decided back in Madrid last year. So what we need to do now is include a formal reference to this in our rules of procedure. The key has been adopted already, and we need to include Finland in our calculations for a weighted voting. As you know, our rules of procedure provide for the possibility of such a weighted vote where expenses other than those included in the budget are contemplated. However, this article of our rules of procedure have never been triggered, and I would also like to ask you to use the opportunity of changing our procedures to incorporate the official name change of Turkey, which has already been been done in all official communications of the NATO PA. Our rules provide that Nico should chair our discussion of this.
Procedures. So those in favor, please raise your card. Thank you very much. Those against? Abstention? Unanimity. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Encore merci à notre collègue Nikou pour avoir bien modéré cet échange sur les...
Once again, thank you, Niku, for moderating our session about the declarations. Congratulations to the authors and congratulations to you all. We'll now give the floor to Mr. Jarmo LINDBERG, who's the head of the Finnish delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. I am, of course, delighted, as you all are, of course, that Finland is now a full member of NATO and of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Where are you, Jarmo? I'm not sure I see you. You have the floor.
Madam President, Excellencies.
Madame la Présidente, Excellences, c'est un grand plaisir pour moi de m'adresser à cette instance, maintenant que la Finlande est membre à part entière de l'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OTAN et de l'OTAN également. Permettez-moi de dire quelques mots sur notre parcours d'adhésion et quelques observations sur ce que la Finlande apporte à l'OTAN. Le début de la guerre brutale de la Russie en Ukraine a eu un effet immédiat sur notre politique étrangère et de sécurité. Les opinions sur l'adhésion de la Finlande à l'OTAN ont changé très rapidement dans le pays. Début 2022, l'adhésion de la Finlande à l'OTAN était avant tout une vague option énoncée dans nos livres blancs sur la politique étrangère et la sécurité. Et pourtant, en mai 2022, la Finlande est passée du statut de pays militairement non aligné à celui de pays candidat à l'adhésion.
Public opinion has been strongly in favor of Finnish NATO membership. According to different polls, 80% of Finns support NATO membership. Without the support of the Finnish people, no NATO accession process would have ever started. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to emphasize that Finland is a security provider, not a consumer. After the end of the Cold War, we never let our guard down. The whole society is well prepared for crisis, and the preparedness is based on the concept of comprehensive security. We still have general conscription in Finland. The wartime strength of the Finnish Defence Forces is 280,000 soldiers, for whom we have the equipment and we have the weapons for them.
In total, the size of the reserve in Finland is 900,000 trained personnel. NATO members pledged to spend 2% of the GDP on defense, and Finland reaches this goal this year. We have approximately 2.4% this year. We're committed to maintain this 2% level in the upcoming years. I agree with those who say that this target should be seen as the floor, not the ceiling. Another dimension which I want to underline here is our ironclad commitment to support Ukraine as long as they need our assistance. Finland has already given 1 billion euros worth of military assistance to Ukraine, and we are currently preparing a new assistance package, which is the 16th one. When it comes to material preparedness of the Finnish Defence Forces, let me give you a few examples. Finland has the largest field artillery capability in Western Europe along with Poland. We have over 1,500 artillery pieces. We also have long-range precision-guided weapons for all services, meaning Army, Navy, Air Force, and this is our threshold capability. Besides Army, our Air Force and Navy are capable. In December 2021, Finland decided to buy 64 F-35 fighters to replace our aging Hornet fleet. I used to be a Hornet pilot, so I'm very pleased, obviously, with this decision. Our Navy is acquiring 4 new multi-purpose corvettes by the end of this decade. It goes without saying that credible defense requires strong will to defend the nation. Ukraine has once again demonstrated what this means. We have this will also in Finland. The polls show that over 80% of Finns are ready to militarily defend the nation, should we face an armed aggression. This is the highest number in Western Europe. Your Excellencies, we understand very well that NATO membership is a two-way track. As a member of the alliance, we will be committed to help other NATO members. NATO's 360-degree approach to deterrence and defense is something that we take very seriously in Finland. We're convinced that our strong defense capabilities, civil preparedness, and resilience will contribute positively to the strength of the alliance. We are all in this together, and we must defend Europe together. Finland intends to be a NATO member who continues to invest in a strong national defense capability and brings significant added value to NATO's collective defense. Our accession to NATO strengthens also the security and stability of the Baltic Sea region and Northern Europe. Last but not least, we wish that Sweden will become a member country as soon as possible. It goes without saying that the Swedish membership in NATO will strengthen the whole alliance. With these words, I once again thank you.
Merci beaucoup, cher Jarmo, pour votre tout premier discours devant notre Assemblée parlementaire en tant que membre.
Thank you very much, dear Jarmo, for this very first speech as the head of the Finnish delegation and now a full member of NATO. I would also like to thank you for Finland's commitment and solidarity. Let me now give the floor to Mr. Hans Wallmark, head of the Swedish delegation to our NATO Parliamentary Assembly. It should be the harbinger of many more speeches as the head of the Swedish delegation as a full member of the NATO PA and of NATO. Dear Hans, dear colleague, you have the floor. We are waiting for you at the lectern.
Dear President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are NATO. As a future NATO member, Sweden will contribute and add to the security and stability of the whole alliance. Sweden accepts in full all obligations and commitments of the North Atlantic Treaty, including the central role of nuclear weapons. Sweden is looking forward to fully engage in the collective defense planning process and NATO's force structure. We are also keen to see where we can commit forces and capabilities for the full range of the alliance missions. NATO's new strategic concept, which Sweden stands fully behind, will pave the way and shape the future of the alliance, and hopefully soon with Sweden as a member. In my opinion, strengthening NATO's deterrence and defense posture is critical to increase security and stability in Europe. I'm confident that Sweden will be seen as an active, reliable and trusted ally in NATO. And if you don't believe me, ask Finland. The latest national Swedish exercise, Aurora 2023, with 26,000 participants from 14 countries, it ended 10 days ago, demonstrated yet again how interoperable the Swedish armed forces are with NATO allies. We have trained, exercised, and served together in international missions for many years. I spoke with one young female conscript who took part in the exercise. She said that her experience working together with forces from the United States, Germany, and other NATO allies was like working with close family members, or even better, a decision-making, command and control, and execution of planning was easy. Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine has shattered the peace in Europe. I cannot stress enough how important it is that we all stand together at this dangerous moment in our history. Ukraine defend our values and our continent. Furthermore, terrorism in all its forms and manifestation is the most immediate asymmetric threat and transnational threat to NATO. Sweden is fully committed to fighting terrorism with determination, resolve, and in solidarity. Sweden has implemented all 7 steps in the trilateral agreement with Finland and Turkey. We are fully committed to keep this as our top priority. Sweden will do our part in contributing to NATO shoulder to shoulder with the other allies. As Finland's President Niinistö has stressed many times, Finland's NATO membership is not complete without us as its 32nd member. I am a strong believer in NATO's open door policy, and I trust that NATO will uphold that policy. Among other things, I'm also the chairman of the Swedish Defence Commission. The Commission serves as a forum for consultations between the government and representatives for all political parties represented in our parliament, Riksdagen. The ambition is to reach a broad consensus on Sweden's defence and security policy. Some 2 weeks ago, a unanimous commission submitted a mid-term report to the Minister for Defence. The report included 3 parts: a review of the ongoing implementation of the current defence bill, suggestions on how Sweden should report its defence expenditures to NATO, and a proposal on general guidelines for defence spending between 2026 and 2030. We concluded that the women and men in the Swedish armed forces and the total defence agencies are working hard and ambitiously to implement the 2020 defence bill in Sweden. However, the COVID-19 pandemic, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the important military support to Ukraine, and Sweden's accession to NATO have had an impact on the implementation of the defence bill. One of the main conclusions from all 8 parties is that the next defence bill should be adopted 1 year earlier than planned, from 1st January 2025 instead of January 1st, 2026. We will present from the Commission our next report on June 19th on security policy. In our final report, which will be presented on the 26th of April next year, we will describe how the future of the Swedish total defence should be shaped. All parties in the Swedish Parliament have jointly declared that the budget allocations for military defence should reach 2% of GDP as soon as it is practically possible. The Prime Minister has stated that we will reach 2% of GDP by 2026 or even sooner. This is historic. Some 10 years ago, the Swedish defence budget amounted to approximately 1% of GDP. The sense of urgency is there among decision makers in Sweden, but building military capability takes time. It must also be done with great care to be effective and successfully meet the security challenges we are facing. Sweden are ready. Now, as an invitee, soon, hopefully to Vilnius as a full member, we are NATO. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, cher Hans, pour votre engagement personnel.
Thank you very much, dear Hans, for your personal commitment and the commitment of your country to our values, to the security of our alliance, and to, of course, Ukraine. Your place is with us, and I hope that your seat will officially be among us within NATO. Dear colleagues, I now call our Treasurer, Mr. Wolfgang Helmich, to introduce the different financial documents listed on the agenda. Wolfgang, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, let me start by thanking Luxembourg for the offer to fund a position at the International Secretariat towards Democratic Resilience. This is very much appreciated, and I'm sure that we will soon welcome a new member of our working station to do this work. You will finance this. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, you will be happy to hear that I can be brief. My duty is to present for adoption by the Assembly the following documents: the two audited financial statements for 2022 and my report on the 2022 surplus. The Standing Committee approved these documents during its meeting in Oslo on the 26th of March. I'm very happy that our auditors gave us a clean bill of health on our 2022 financial statements. They issued an unqualified opinion. This means that, in their opinion, the financial statements are stated fairly and that nothing has come to their attention that causes them to believe that funds have not been properly used for the settlement of authorized expenditure or are not in compliance with the rules and regulations. Let me take this opportunity to thank IBAN and especially Mrs. Morgante for the continuous advice and support. I think Mrs. Morgante is here in the plenary, so many thanks for your support. We closed the 2022 financial year with a small surplus of just under 7,000 euros. The Standing Committee agreed that we should use these savings by allocating the surplus in the new provision that we have created in support of the Ukraine. In 2022, we used the Ukrainian provision for a total amount of about 14,000 euros. By adding in the 2022 surplus to the Ukrainian provision, we will be able to continue to financially support the Ukrainian members. Among others, our fund allows Ukrainian members to participate in the key assembly activities such as this spring session. Finally, let me thank the Swiss Ministry of Defense and NATO for their continuous financial support. I hope that the Assembly will adopt these financial documents. At least one word to our staff members. Thank you for this very well-organized conference. Good job. Thank you for attention.
Merci beaucoup, cher Wolfgang. J'ai une demande de...
Thank you very much, dear Wolfgang. Andres for Iceland. You have the floor.
For your presentation, I just want to raise a discussion we had at the Standing Committee because, I mean, we have inflation overall, but salaries are also inflating within the organization. I'd like to highlight that when it comes to researchers, that's a very positive development in light of the fact that the ecosystem of international organizations has a poor track record of offering living wages to interns and people in temporary positions. I think it's good that the NATO PA is taking steps forward in making sure that wages for this part of the Secretariat become competitive and fair
to a group that really does the bulk of the actual work that we produce. So not a single text would come out of the NATO PA if it were not for the excellent work of researchers we have.
Merci beaucoup, André. Je partage totalement ce point de vue, bien évidemment.
Thank you very much, Anders. I fully share the views of the great quality of the whole team of NATO PA. It's essential to have such a brilliant team to support us. We have a team of professionals committed who spare no time or no energy to help us support the success and the fulfilling of our goals. Are there any other delegations or members asking for the floor? No, thank you very much. Can I now put the financial documents to a vote? Who's in favor? Anyone against? Against? I see none. Any abstentions? None. The financial documents are carried unanimously, and I would really like to thank Wolfgang for his remarkable work. Thank you very much, dear Wolfgang.
Chers collègues, je vous...
Dear colleagues, allow me now to pay tribute to several long-standing parliamentarians of our Assembly who are participating here in the last session. As you know, the new Turkish Parliament has just been elected. Some of our Turkish friends did not wish to stand for re-election. Others, unfortunately, were not re-elected. This session in Luxembourg is therefore most probably their last session with us. Allow me to pay tribute to their dedication and contribution to our Assembly and to the strengthening of transatlantic relations. Thank you very much to all of them for their open-mindedness, for their loyalty. They've always been with us in always very interesting and very positive and proactive debates. I'd like to name them Osman, who unfortunately could not attend. He had to leave early. Ahmed and Taner of the Political Committee, Mohammed and Hisyar of the Committee on Democracy and Security, Fikri and Sirin from the Defense and Security Committee, Nurettin and Zehra from the Committee on Economic and Security, and last but not least, Kamil from the Science and Technology Committee. Thank you to all of you. We will miss you dearly, but in the name of all of us, I wish you every success in the future with the hope of crossing your path again one day, whether in the ranks of the Assembly, in Turkey, or elsewhere. Thank you to all of you.
Mes chers collègues, la session...
Dear colleagues, our plenary session is close to closing. I want to thank Lydia Much for hosting this important, successful session. She's the head of the Luxembourg delegation. I'd also like to thank all her colleagues for the warm welcome we had here and for the full success in organizing this session. Yes, you do deserve a round of applause. And you also deserve our warmest thanks, because organizing such a spring session in such a flawless way is quite remarkable. And I would also like to express our gratitude to the staff of the Chamber of Deputies of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, the International Secretariat of our Assembly. I welcome the quality of the work. They do a great job. Security staff, police staff, the interpreters, and all of those who contributed in making this session a success. Thank you. Before closing our session, allow me to remind you that nominations for the 2023 Women for Peace and Security Award are open. The award will be presented at the next annual session in October. I wish you safe trip homes, and I will welcome you in Copenhagen for our 69th annual session in October. Thank you very much for your presence, for your friendship, for your solidarity, for your loyalty. The meeting stands adjourned. Thank you, and see you later.